obscene that, there's so much focus at this point in Washington on Capitol Hill. The best thing that members of Congress could think to do is to cut Social Security. I can't really just have 2 minutes left. No. Okay. Okay. So, main point, first off, Social Security benefits have already been cut. So we often have, people saying, oh, what's so sacrosanct about Social Security? Well, I don't think they should be cut at all. But again, they have been cut. Secondly, again, few seniors are well off. I love Pete Peterson, the Wall Street billionaire, saying, I don't need my Social Security benefits. It's great. Send them back if you don't want them, Pete. You paid for them, but if you don't want them, you could send them back. It doesn't matter. There's so few Pete Petersons out there, they could all send them back. We don't even have to change any numbers in the book. It's not even a rounding error. It doesn't matter. The third point, older workers have taken a big hit from the collapse of the housing bubble. I see that Alan Greenspan's out hawking his book. He didn't do anything wrong. Well, no, he was there. He did a lot wrong. A lot of people are suffering because of that. We could blame the older workers for not being smarter than Alan Greenspan. Maybe they should have been, but they took a really big hit, and they're not getting it back. The next point, if workers share in the benefits of economic growth, that if we do have to see increases in Social Security tax, obviously I think the first thing most of us would like to see is scrap the cap or raise the cap. But if we did have to raise the payroll tax in a context where workers are getting their share of economic growth, it would be a really minor point. And the last thing is, just getting back to that point about this being kind of obscene, we're seeing huge losses in GDP because of bad economic management, totally preventable, basically because of incompetence from our policy leaders. Okay, Social Security benefits having been cut, these are just the 4 main ways in which they've been cut. I guess I should say the only way. I don't know of any other I missed there. First off, part of the '83 agreement, we delay the COLA. People have to wait another half year for their COLA. If you assume an average inflation rate of 2.5%. That's what the trustees assume. That averages being a loss in benefits of 1.3%, or if you want to be really technical there, 1.25. I rounded up, I'll admit to that. Secondly, the delay, the increase in the I'm sorry, need my glasses here. Taxation of benefits. Okay, we put in taxation of benefits as part of the '83 and '93 agreements. I don't like to admit that I need glasses for reading at a distance. I do, and I didn't bring them. Okay, so the taxation of benefits, and now you could have up to 80% of your benefits taxed at, I believe it would be about $80,000 that you would be paying 80% of, paying taxes on 8% of your benefit. That average is being a cut of about 8%, 8.5%. Obviously for lower income people, more moderate income people, that's not relevant. Higher income people, it is. Third, the raising of the retirement age. We phased in, it's already at 66 for normal retirement age or age of full benefits, whatever people want to call that. That edges up to 67 for people who hit 62 after year 2022. It's a very substantial cut in benefits. The last item, which was often overlooked, we're talking about, President Obama has said repeatedly he wants to change the consumer price index for indexing the annual cost of living adjustment. Did I do this? We'll blame Pete Peterson here. Okay, President Obama has said that he wants to change the annual cost of living adjustment, and that would have the effect of lowering benefits on average about 3%. It would lower the cost of living adjustment by about 0.3% percentage point. We've actually had changes to the consumer price index that have had the effect of lowering the measured rate of inflation by about 0.5 percentage point. This occurred over the years pretty much from '94 to '98. They're not controversial in the sense I'm not saying that they were wrong. Bureau of Labor Statistics did this in a very careful, very professional way. But the effect was to lower the measured rate of inflation by roughly 0.5 percentage point. That's not my assessment. That's their assessment, the assessment of other experts looked at it. And what that means is over the life of a retiree, if we assume they're collecting benefits for 20 years, that's an average reduction in benefits of about 5 percentage points. So we've seen substantial cuts in benefit. Together, those come to a reduction of about 25% in benefits from what they were back in 1983. Okay, so the idea that we haven't seen a big hit to benefits is just flat out wrong. It's simply not true. The people are saying that really are just being very inaccurate. Now, the next slide is going to show you the hit that people have taken from the collapse of the housing bubble. And what I show on there is wealth by quintile back in 2004 and compare that to 2009. There's a little more recent data which show the exact same story. And what you see is that the bottom 4 quintiles have taken a very big hit. They've lost somewhere in the order of 40% of their wealth, the reason being that most of their wealth was in their home. Okay, that's true for most people. High-end people might have a lot of money in the stock market, other financial assets. For the vast majority of the public, most of their wealth was in their home. They took a huge hit on that when the housing bubble collapsed and they lost much of their wealth. And what I usually focus on is the middle quintile, where if you looked at their wealth, the wealth of the middle quintile, it's about 170,000, 170, 180,000, and that includes equity in their home. And the comparison I like to make is that that's roughly equal to the median house price. So I think a good way to think about this is to say, for someone in the middle quintile, so this is right at the center of the income distribution, half the people have less money than that, someone in the middle quintile, if they took every penny they owned, they could pay off their mortgage. They have a paid off mortgage. What that means is at that point, the only thing they have left to live on is their Social Security. Okay, so that's not a story of wealthy seniors. Again, that's half the people of less than that. That's the story we're looking at. Okay, the next slide would be showing would be the percent of people who have incomes below a certain level. And what I would show, again, this gets back to the Pete Peterson point, that if we looked at the percentage of people who have person income or percentage of benefits that go to people that have person income of less than 40,000, I'll explain that in a second, that would account for 80% of benefits. Now, person income, that means in some cases we have couples, some cases individuals. If we have a couple, we divide that in half. So person income of 40,000 for two-person couple, that would mean 80,000. So that group, people with person income of less than 40,000, accounts for 80% of benefits. If we raise that to 60,000, that accounts to 90% of benefits. Now, we had this big debate about raising taxes on high-income people. We decided that 250,000 really wasn't high income enough, so it ended up being 450,000 for a couple. Now, if you applied that standard to Social Security, there's nothing up there. Okay, there's too few people. And again, a confusion. Pete Peterson, if we raise his taxes, we can get a lot of money. If we cut his Social Security, he doesn't get that much more than anyone else. It's a progressive payback structure. It's capped. He doesn't get that much more than anyone else. Okay, so that's simply just a silly, silly story, and I think everyone in the debate knows that, and I think people like Peterson are being disingenuous. Okay, the next slide that I was going to show was people's income, people's projected income going forward. And again, this is one of the things that I think is just incredibly misleading. Yes, young people have really big problems, and no, Social Security has nothing at all to do with it. And the people who are yelling about our young are deliberately trying to distract them. I'm saying deliberately because I don't think any of them could be that ill-informed. If we looked at the Social Security trustees' projection for average wages for 2050, it would be about 60% higher than it is today. That's in real terms, adjusted for inflation. They would have 60% more money than a typical worker does today. Now, as a practical matter, most people have not seen those gains in wages because all the money has gone to people like Pete Peterson. But let's hypothesize that we did see a more or less equal distribution of income. So we did actually see that those people that young people were getting their share of wage gains. Great. I'll go on to the next one. Okay, no, I'm where I want to be. No, back. So they actually did get their share of wage gains. Suppose we raise their payroll taxes, and I put down here 3 percentage points, which is probably more than we need, more than anyone's proposing that I know of. Should we feel bad about that? This is their after-tax, after Social Security tax wage. I would not feel bad about that. I feel real bad about global warming. I feel real bad about a broken healthcare system. I feel real bad about an economic structure that gives almost all the gains from economic growth to people like Pete Peterson. If they end up only having 40% more wages than I do rather than 42 because they're paying somewhat higher tax rate, I don't give a damn. And I don't think anyone in their right mind would. Okay, so that's the sort of story that we're talking about if we see ordinary workers sharing in the gains of growth. The problem has been that they haven't been. And rather than treating that as a fait accompli, nothing we could do about it, that's garbage, we should focus on that. And then if at the end of the day they have to pay a higher tax rate, 2 percentage points, 3, who cares? You know, that really doesn't matter. After-tax wages matter. They have an after-tax wage that's way higher than we do today. Okay, last slide, and I hope I'm not going over here. The last slide, this is just the obscenity to me of, you know, the focus on cutting Social Security and Medicare. We are losing an incredible amount of output. This is, you know, what the economy could be producing. This is from Congressional Budget Office, not numbers I made up. I just looked back 2007, what they were projecting by way of GDP, and that gap, the light blue line, is what we're missing. It's currently over $5 trillion. Okay, that comes to about $15,000 for every person in the United States, or you want to say a family of 4, 60,000. That's money we've just thrown in the garbage because we're operating way below the economy's potential. And how do you get to potential? You spend money. Okay, this was the lesson I thought we learned from the Great Depression. You know, we had the horrible Great Depression for, you know, double-digit unemployment for a decade. Much of what President Roosevelt did to counter it was effective, but he wasn't prepared to spend enough to actually get the economy back to full employment till World War II. And there's not magic you call something war. We spent a ton of money. That was what got people back to work. That's what we should be talking about now, but over on the Hill, that's just not taken seriously. So instead, we're throwing tons of money in the garbage, and this corresponds to being 9 million jobs below our potential. That's people who can't raise their kids properly, people losing their homes. That's the situation we're in because serious people in Washington don't want to talk about spending money. And instead, they want to talk about cutting Social Security. So I believe that's the last slide. Yes. Great. Thank you.
Well, that's getting put up. You know, I think what Dean just said is interesting, and it's interesting when it comes to the private and public pension sector. You know, basically, there's been a sea change, I think, that happened with the Great Recession. And that's America realized that we were misfocused. That started in about 84, 85, on wealth accumulation in 401k type of accounts. And we really realized that the key to retirement security is income. You know, what you're trying to do with a retirement plan is replace your income. And I think it's, you know, it's a key credit to Social Security that when Americans think about Social Security, they don't think about wealth. Economists think about wealth, but Americans, when they think about Social Security, they think about that check that's going to come in the mail. And I think we're getting to the point today where when we talk about pensions, we're starting to see that. And you know, the interesting thing is when we did all this stuff in 83 and 84 in Social Security, there was a lot of stuff going on in the pension area, in particular the private pension area, that we didn't see at the time. And yet when you look back and you look at the trends, in 83, 84, and 85, we were in the middle of this sea change where we had gone from defined contributions being the only retirement plan an individual had, defined contribution plans being the only plan someone had, of 7% in 1979, to today, defined contribution plans are now the only plan for 31% of the people who are covered in the workforce. Defined benefit plans combined in some cases with defined contribution plans for what the 401k was initially designed to be as a supplement were about 38% in 1979, and today they're down to 15%. So when we talk about people having a retirement income crisis, that crisis comes from two components. It comes from that risk shift as well as that change in the type of plan. We also know that today we are at an interesting point where we have the lowest level of coverage in our workforce by any type of retirement plan. We're down to only 52% of the workforce being covered. So when you look at the years that we've had almost 45 years since ERISA passed. We have not moved the ball permanently to expanding retirement plan coverage for our workforce. And in fact, we're sort of back where we were beyond square one. But what do we know? Well, we know when it comes to defined benefit plans that they act very much like Social Security because they do replace an income. And when that happens, one of the things that, we know Social Security is the biggest thing probably keeping a lot of our elderly out of poverty, but one of the next most important factors is having a pension. And when we look at having a pension income, NERS did an analysis of pensions and the effect they had on keeping Americans out of poverty. We found that in 2010, pensions were, if you had a DB plan as opposed to not having a DB plan, you were 9 times less likely to fall into poverty. That was up 50% from just 3 years before when we did the same study, where it was only 6 times more likely not to fall into poverty. We also noted that almost 5 million Americans were kept from being poor or near poor, and then we noticed that 1.22 million households got fewer means-tested public assistance, and that saved the government $8 billion. So pensions really do deliver some good social benefits. And what have we done? We've sort of moved away from them, where we look at individuals. At the time that this was done, we were just in the middle of seeing what was happening as we saw that workforce shift to defined contribution plans. When we looked at the people who were covered by a pension, either in their own right or spouse right, in 2003, more than half of the population, 52% of the elderly over age 60, had DB pension income. When we looked at 2010, as that first wave of the baby boomers had come into those data statistics, we saw that go down to 42% of the elderly having income from a DB plan. So just as we know they became very cost efficient, we also found out that we were having fewer and fewer people being covered. Pensions are also a great equalizer. One of the things we noticed when you look at the poverty rates for people with and without pension based on race, they're very consistent. If you have a DB plan, you're somewhere lower than 3% of anybody by race or ethnicity falling into poverty. If you look at the people without a DB plan, you go from 12% white poverty level to 27% for African Americans and 25% for Latinos. We also know that these DB pensions, like Social Security, are very, very cost efficient. They provide longevity pooling, and that's an extremely important benefit because it means the individual doesn't have to decide to either take less money, do less spending, and grow the economy. They can actually spend more because they have that ability of that protection. They also know that they're going to consistently get that benefit. So just as recently was done by NASI in terms of looking at Social Security's economic impact, we know that when people get benefits from a pension, they spend them in the economy. And NERS has quantified that in 2010, the benefits going to retirees generated $1 trillion of economic output. And it supported 6.5 million jobs. When we needed every single job in this economy to keep that the median savings for that age bracket is really $12,000. Now, those of you who know Social Security know that that's less than what most Americans get as their Social Security benefit a year. That's where we are with retirement savings. And then if we look at the generation that's in the workforce today, the ones that Dean was saying were being mistreated, we look at their savings. When we look at all workers, they've put away nothing. Their median savings is 0. And when we look at the people who have saved, they've saved about $13,000. So if we start to look at it, when you think about it, those first 10 years that someone is in their workforce putting money into a 401k plan, if they're not in it, they're never going to win the retirement income game. Because those years and the compounding interest on those dollars are critically important. And if half of our population in that age bracket have nothing saved, we are in a position going forward where we're going to have more and more crisis. And where we see so many people relying on Social Security today will even be more important for this coming generation. Let's also look at this one more way before I stop, which is to look at it. We also looked at, let's take a look at the data from the Federal Reserve, and that's what our survey was based on. When we look at replacing income, because that's what it's all about. So we just said, well, let's look at people's retirement savings in their retirement accounts as it reflects on their income. And what did we find? 4 out of 5 have less than 1 times their salary saved when we look at the entire population. And again, look at that population. We often hear people, well, we're not going to hurt Social Security for the people between 50 and 55 and over. And when you see that, well, we shouldn't do anything. Look at what the financial industry would tell them today, should probably be having somewhere between 4 to 6 to 8 times their salary put aside for retirement if they're going to have an adequate retirement and replace their income. And yet what we really see is when we look at the people with 4 or more times their salary, we've only got 8.3% of those people within 10 years of retirement with 4 times their salary or more. And again, as we look at the younger generations, we certainly know that fewer and fewer of them have income. NERS took this sort of retirement deficit that each of us have, where we haven't saved enough to make sure that we'll have an adequate income. We tallied them all up. And what we found was, if we look at the values that we have saved in retirement accounts, we're $14 trillion below where we need to be on track in 2010 to have adequate retirement. If we add into that the savings that's been done in defined benefit plans, we end up being $11.8 trillion in what we owe ourselves to start spending. Now, I know, Pete Peterson and a number of others who are deficit hawks talk about the federal deficit and the federal debt. Our publicly held debt today is about, what, 17 trillion? So when you look at this, we've got this retirement crisis that is about on the scale of where we should be. And when we were cutting benefits to Social Security, at the same time, we had market forces over to Russ to clean us up.
So I'm going to focus on the outcomes and the disparities in the outcomes. We've been talking about 2 major shifts. Dean talked about how Social Security has been cut 25% from what would have been the benefits in the system in 1983. If we hadn't raised the retirement age and made the other cuts that he mentioned, and Diane has explained the damage that's been done by shifting from a traditional self and deal with market risks. And so, in effect, what we've done is cut a progressive government system and expand a private system that doesn't work. And what I'm going to show you is the various ways in which it doesn't work for most Americans and the ways in which it really is limited to working for the wealthiest families, who are white, who are married, and basically failing everybody else. So this shows basically this is another way of looking at the picture that Diane showed you. This is savings and retirement accounts for everybody, and you can see that in 1990 all that great, and over the years from 1990 to 2010, as the 401k system and IRAs have replaced traditional pensions, you see this tremendous change, so that the top line is the 90th percentile of households, and they, $239,000 is a lot of money. It's probably, I mean, that wouldn't be enough as you headed into retirement, but this is over all ages from 26 to 79. But you notice down at the bottom, the median account, that's the 50th percentile, is only $2,500. So the typical family basically has nothing, and people below that, below the 50th percentile, actually do have nothing saved for retirement. So that's the system that we've put together for most Americans over the last 30 years. And I'll show you second slide. This is the average account. That was the, I was showing you the by percentiles, the median account. This is the mean savings by quintile, and again, you see this tremendous spread. The top fifth has 10 times the savings of the median of the typical family, and everyone below that is doing ever so much worse. Why has that retirement inequality grown the way it has? The most obvious reason is the inequality in income, where we have a society where CEO pay has gone from being 20 times the average worker to 273 times the average worker. The typical worker's income has stagnated over the last 30 years. Male income is actually lower than it was 35 years ago at the median. That's a big contribution. But when we're looking just at retirement savings, the other problem is how it's subsidized, how the government is paying for this result, for this terrible, unequal result through an upside-down system of tax subsidies. I think you all remember that Mitt Romney managed to put together, I think his report was somewhere between $20 and $100 million in savings accounts. That's with the help of government subsidies. 70 to 80% of the subsidies for retirement savings go to the top 20%. And it's reflected in those outcomes. I mean, the top 20% is running off with all of the retirement savings, leaving literally nothing for the families in the bottom half. This is, as Diane suggested, this has real impacts by race. The top line is white non-Hispanic households. That's their mean savings. They're doing 5 times better than, 6 times better than black and Hispanic families. This is not a result that we can be proud of. Social Security, I don't have a slide to contrast it, but Social Security does much better. It's a very compressed distribution. And maybe you'll hear more about that later in the day. Certainly by education. Most Americans don't have a college education, as you might know. Only 30% of the workforce has a 4-year college degree, and you can see that that group is the only group that is benefiting at all from our private save-for-yourself retirement system. Most Americans have a high school degree, most have some college, and they're down, a quarter of the savings, average savings of college-educated households. And then I will finish with showing you what happens by marriage. If you're married, living with a partner, you do 2.5 times better than somebody who is neither married nor living with a partner. But you can see that by all of these different measures, the system is leaving white people, the best educated, and the wealthiest people with increasing savings and leaving everyone else behind. So, why are we talking about cutting Social Security? Why are we talking about instead increasing Social Security and finding a way to close some of these gaps and provide real retirement security to everybody, regardless of education? And I'll stop there.
Time for questions?
I don't have anything that I can give you, offhand today, but I can supply information to you if you give me a card.
One question at one point for Ross's data, when he was talking about, he's talking about savings in retirement plans. I think an important thing to remember, especially for corporate CEOs, is most corporate CEOs actually have retirement plans that are called deferred compensation that are disclosed on their 10Ks, and usually those are expressed as defined benefit plans. And in fact, at one point in time, I looked at a corporate CEO from Illinois who was severely rejecting, paying for any type of public employee pension, and yet his board was going to give him a pension benefit of about $48,000 a month, which would cost about $7 billion, or $7 million for the corporation in terms of disclosing it. But again, those figures, they're not given the same tax treatment, but they are another source of income and wealth for those individuals. So besides what you see in terms of the tax advantage policy, we certainly know that many corporate level executive type of plans get benefits that aren't covered by the tax situation and the pension systems.
I didn't show you a chart that included the top 1%, because as those gaps widen that I showed you, when you go from the top 10% to the top 1%, it literally takes you off the chart. At that point, the very wealthy people, with the help of government tax subsidies, have an average $1.3 million saved in their 401k and IRA accounts. So, I mean, the problem just gets worse and worse as you go up the income scale.
One point I just wanted to throw in, both Ross and Diana made the point of saying that Social Security is more efficient and defined benefit pension plans are more efficient than defined contribution. If that wasn't clear to people, the efficiency is less money going to the financial industry. So the waste from our pensions is income to Wall Street. So that is why they're more efficient, and that might also tell you why there's so much interest in ending defined benefit plans and weakening Social Security.
So we have time for probably 4 or 5 questions, so feel free to ask away of our distinguished panel. I'll take 1 here, 2, and I'm going to repeat the question for the live stream.
Thank you. The panel's directs itself as the retirement crisis. That was the subject. But a lot of your commentary has been about the unequal distribution of retirement security, which is not a crisis. It may be a causal element, but it's not a crisis. And I'm wondering what you say to those who want to support an expansion of Social Security as to the political appeal of fundamentally resting your case about improving Social Security on attacking other people. Why do you think that's a sensible political strategy as opposed to focusing on the loss of economic security for the people that you've actually talked about?
Okay, well, I'll start by saying, oh, well, did you want to?
I'm going to repeat the question a bit, a summary of the question. The question is, a lot of the talk was on the disparities in retirement security versus an overall lack of retirement security, and just if folks could speak to that.
Okay, so in the context of a budget fight where we're talking about having cuts in Social Security as a way to deal with the deficit. I mean, that's what's going on in Washington right now. I would say that when we're contributing, taxpayers are contributing about $100 billion a year to a private retirement system, to the 401k subsidies and other retirement subsidies that are being directed to the people who need help the least. You can see if 70 to 80% of the benefit goes to people in the top 20%, and they are doing, so much better than everybody else, and half of people are getting no help at all from those tax subsidies to save.
Tax subsidy inefficiency.
It's inefficient and unfair to be giving money to wealthy people who don't need the help, rather than, for example, putting that money into increasing Social Security benefits.
And just to be clear, if we didn't, I and the others of us didn't say it enough times, the median person over age 65 is not doing very well. Their median person
Pretty much cripples their ability, you know, later on to have a decent retirement.
I think, but again, it's not just the Great Recession. I mean, what happens in terms of 401k savings plans is that individuals can take loans, they take the lump sums, especially in those early years when, if they kept that $5,000 that they get as a check, when they leave an employer to another employer and
That's absolutely true. I mean, if you look at median wealth figures for both African Americans and Hispanics, it's near zero. You know, obviously it's a little higher as you get to, if you look focused on the older age groups, but basically the vast majority of Hispanics and African Americans are approaching retirement with almost nothing. And this is including the equity in their home, just to be clear. So this isn't just retirement savings, it's also equity in their home. So these people are looking Social Security, that's it.
I would just add that my organization, the National Institute on Retirement Security, is in the midst of doing some of that research now, and we will be issuing a report next month about the savings of people of color in the United States for retirement.
All right. I have my softball question. So there's an organization called Fix the Debt, and it's run primarily by a bunch of Wall Street CEOs. And they collectively have pension assets of $649 million, which means that each one of them on average...
These are supposed to be the best reporters in the country. Can you use a little common sense? When Pete Peterson sends someone out there, he's presenting his view as a rich person. And that doesn't mean, I don't mean you should exclude them, but they shouldn't dominate the debate the way they do in news outlets like National Public Radio and the Washington Post.
You know, I actually think there's a reality that has hit the American public. NERS does a lot of opinion survey every 2 years, and in our most recent survey, what we heard from 83% of Americans is the retirement system in the United States is under stress and needs reform. And I think that really comes from, you know, as the commercial says, do you know what's in your wallet? You know, Americans know what's in their 401k accounts, and they know if they don't have one. They really do, and want to watch things on 401k plans is because they know they're in a crisis and they need help, and they're willing to get it from a lot of different...
And over the years to come, that is because of the cuts that Dean described, that percentage is falling. So the replacement rate under Social Security is all...
Without that, and if that goes, that means what we have to save on our own goes up on the other side. So really what you're doing here is you're just adjusting the balance sheet. You're not changing anything in terms of a deficit. If you think about the retirement savings deficit we have versus the federal debt, we're just shifting it and putting it, you know, like they've done in the corporate sector. The government's going to shift it from their balance sheet to your balance sheet.
Last chance for asking a question of our fantastic panel. So I want to, I'm Alex Lawson with Social Security Works, and I want to thank the panel. That was a really incredibly important discussion. So and we're going to invite our second panel up, and in that time I'll also adjust the PowerPoint and hope that Microsoft doesn't interrupt our next presentation, but I don't think they will. And as people make their way up, my comment on the first panel is it's so clear when you look at the actual data that Social Security is the piece of the retirement puzzle that's working. The other pieces are not working, and yet the plans are right now to diminish the one part that is working. So seeing everyone's PowerPoints is really helpful.
Problem of our deficit that has led people to feel that it's justifiable to think of cutting Social Security rather than increasing it. And the way I would describe that diagnosis is that it is either a lie that's conscious or it reflects such extraordinary disconnection from the reality of America. Consider the following comparison. Go back to 2000 and ask yourself, what were the circumstances of Social Security then? Huge deficit, indeed talk about paying down the national debt. Now we have a deficit problem in 2013. Tell me in what way Social Security has caused that. What's caused that deficit problem? We're not paying taxes for 2 wars and tax cuts. That's the great bulk of it. So if the diagnosis is we can't afford the future of Social Security because of our deficit, it's relevant to begin with whether that's an accurate diagnosis or not, and it's not. Second, I think it's crucial to understand that the attack on Social Security, the suggestion of cuts under the rubric of the unaffordability of it in the future, is a perfect example of a solution seeking to create a problem. The solution that Pete Peterson has come up with and others like him is independent of the deficit. If there was a surplus, that would be important to spend down, and if it's a deficit, it's unaffordable. This is not a debate only saying don't cut. It's worth dwelling again upon the panel's first description. There really has been, not simply a distribution of support for 401ks to the higher part of the income distribution, but also, as Dean said, a collapse in one of the most important sources of wealth, namely housing prices, that took place in the Great Recession. And then finally, this shift from defined benefit programs to defined contributions. But I think we have a problem in the language we use. If we use words like retirement savings, we forget that Social Security is retirement savings. It's forced savings. That's why we want to protect it. We don't want to identify retirement savings only with personal savings or home ownership. And lastly, I want to say the following. We haven't had a conversation about what kind of retirement security do we want Americans to experience. We've had a lot of talk about the affordability of this, that, and the other thing. And what Ross was suggesting earlier, that is the maintenance of a standard of living in retirement roughly related to the pre-retirement standard of living, what should that be? Should that be 70% of pre-retirement earnings? 80%? 90%? You can aspire to whatever you want, but we can't.
Okay. Well, good morning. I'm Damon Silvers. I'm the policy director of the AFL-CIO. I have 3 slides. I don't know if we're getting them up there or not. I just came from and was detained briefly by the president of the AFL-CIO, Rich Trumka, and I said to him, I have to leave to go to the Hill to defend Social Security. And he said to me, well, that should be easy.
About 15 seconds.
And he's right, it should be easy. In fact, when you start looking at the basic facts of retirement security policy and fiscal policy in the United States today, it should be, as they say, a no-brainer. What I'm going to go try to do here and very briefly is just go through the 3 reasons why we shouldn't be having this conversation. At least we shouldn't be having a conversation about cutting Social Security benefits. And I'm going to start what I have to say by reiterating something that it's really important that the AFL-CIO would like everyone to understand. And when I finish my presentation, I'm going to say it again, and so there's no doubt what we mean. All right, the AFL-CIO and our 13 million members and our 55 unions, lies that have been told by folks funded by billionaires about the state of retirement security in the United States is that somehow older Americans are a uniquely favored class who are just like raking it in. Right? Now, it's true that there are some people in this country who are approaching retirement with a fair degree of satisfaction and wealth. Those people tend to be like people in every age group, the relatively small percentage of the country that has benefited dramatically from rising income inequality. For most Americans, the story of the last 30 years has been a story of rising economic insecurity when facing retirement. So this is a bad number until you realize that in 2010, that number had risen to 53%. the majority of Americans facing retirement were at risk of not being able to maintain their standard of living. And if you look at the data in between, which I didn't show you because I didn't want to complicate this further, make this a complicated slide, you'll see that this didn't happen. This didn't just happen. This isn't a short-term consequence of what some people call the Great Recession, but what I view as a continuing economic crisis. This is not something that just happened in 2009 and 2010. This is something that has been building for a generation. And the reason why it's been building for a generation is because largely by virtue of a variety of public policies, we have our system managed over time where we go to the healthcare providers and say, name your price. Right? We cannot continue to essentially tie Medicare's hands behind its back when it comes to negotiating the cost of the benefits Medicare provides with pharmaceutical companies, hospitals, and the like. And we cannot continue to have the prices in the medical system set in the way they are by the insurance companies. Those are serious problems. What is not a serious problem, right, is the underfunding in how important Social Security is, and the relative scale of the problem in terms of the shortfall in Social Security funding. And it's been my experience that when dealing with enemies of the social insurance system, whenever they are challenged around the notion that conflating the problems in the healthcare system with the issues in Social Security is basically dishonest. I've never yet had anyone to say to me anything other than, oh yes, of course, the problems in Social Security are actually relatively minor. So there is no urgent need to actually, care a bit more about Social Security than younger voters, is because in an off-year election like 2014, in many congressional districts, people who are 50 and older constitute the majority of the electorate. The older Americans disproportionately turn out in off-year elections. And as you can see, when asked about the changed CPI, large majorities of Democrats, Republicans, and independents all oppose it. Right? This is the audience that will be viewing the videos I was describing earlier and will be voting. Now, here's where I'm going to close. The AFL-CIO believes that a concerted assault on Social Security has been mounted over the last generation by an alliance of two groups of folks. One group of people simply do not believe, that any of us owe anything to each other. It's an ideological belief that we all ought to be on our own. And this group of people opposed Social Security in 1936 and hasn't stopped since. And they have their ideological heirs. Obviously, people who actually were active in 1936 aren't with us, but ideas maintain themselves, and there's a group of people who've never reconciled themselves.
I'd like to start with a thought experiment. Raise your hand if you receive a paycheck. Now, I want you to imagine something that most people don't like to think about, but is an everyday occurrence. Imagine that on your way home from work tonight, you are hit by a car and you are so severely injured you can never work again. Think about how much money you have saved at this moment. Unless you have significant inherited wealth or have been unbelievably successful in business, you undoubtedly do not have enough to pay your mortgage or rent, put food on your table, and otherwise have sufficient savings to maintain your standard of living for the next 30, 40, 50, or even more years. Now raise your hand if you have one or more children of high school age or younger. Imagine the same car accident, but this time you're killed. I doubt you have enough savings to replace your. That's why you need insurance. Fire insurance, disability insurance, life insurance, old age annuities all operate under the same principle. All of us pay regular periodic payments into a fund to protect ourselves against economic devastation that we can't handle alone. We pool our resources, drawing out from the pool if we experience the insured event. Now, achieving insured status, irrespective of need, is designed to prevent financial loss resulting in poverty, not simply to alleviate, but to prevent poverty in the first place. Insurance is most efficient and effective when it covers the largest possible risk pool and people can't game the system, purchasing the insurance just when they need it. The federal government is the only institution in the nation that can mandate universal coverage and require every worker at the beginning of his or her work life to purchase insurance against the loss of wages. That's why Social Security, as was said earlier in the day, has significantly lower administrative costs than private pensions, traditional pensions, and certainly 401ks, whose hidden fees make it impossible to even know what the costs are, but they're clearly 10 times what Social Security's are or more. That's why Social Security is so popular, because it fills a clear need fairly, securely, and efficiently. We could solve immediately our looming retirement income crisis.
Of Social Security. What do recipients receive after a lifetime of work? And in context, the meagerness of Social Security benefits compared to not only other countries, but what seniors and the disabled need to retire on. As the chart you can see over there has the average monthly benefit for several categories under Social Security. The average retired worker, medium retirement monthly Social Security benefit is $1,261 a month, slightly over $15,000 a year. Now, I know you've all been mesmerized by the speakers so far, but in case you may have checked your emails within the last hour, the Social Security Administration announced the COLA for 2014, 0.5%. A lot of Social Security benefits are more than half their income. This $15,000 a year, if your average, is more than half your income. The average income of a Social Security recipient from all sources is about $25,000, and $15,000 of that is off of Social Security. For over a third, almost 40% of Social Security recipients, these modest benefits are nearly all their income. So try surviving on $15,000 or $18,000 a year. And for Americans over the age of 65, this is it. This is your income, $15,000 a year if you're average. And most of those who have incomes that are 100% on Social Security are well below this $15,000. So try living on $800, $900, $1,000 a month, where your Social Security is coming in, your Medicare.
Okay, there's a lot of expertise in the audience, so comments and also questions, discussion.
And we've got a lot of time for questions, and this is continuing our all-star panel. But I do want to recognize that a champion of Social Security, Congressman Dan Maffei, has joined us. He wants to say a few words. He's been standing with us on Social Security for a long time. So I'm going to turn the podium over to Congressman Dan Maffei.
That's huge.
Thank you. I thought I was going after the questions, but this is just as well because you can all formulate your questions. I'm grateful to be here. I know many of you. It's good to see you again, Ted. I haven't seen you in a while, Richard. This is a fight that we've been in a long time. I worked for Ways and Means Committee and in the Senate before that, before becoming a member of Congress myself. And I, along with Ted Deutsch, are the two House champions of the effort to try to convince the administration that maybe change CPI isn't such a brilliant idea after all. But I will tell you just a couple of political points, since I do know most of you in the audience are from progressive organizations, and I certainly can't tell you anything about the importance of Social Security that you don't already know. It's extremely important in my district, and one of the reasons, of course, why I'm so opposed to the chain CPI is because seniors in my district actually have inflation that's far important, and that means really thinking about what our priorities are. I obviously feel strongly that if progressives aren't for continuing, maintaining, and even expanding Social Security, what are we for? Why is there a progressive movement? And I consider myself a progressive on many of these issues. I'm clearly a moderate, though, on many other issues. And even some people even call me conservative on a few. I don't know. I try to do my best to represent the district. The second point is that we do have to also acknowledge that we are in a bit of a rearguard action here. We have a Democratic administration that is promoting one of the policies I think would be the worst for Social Security. And many Democrats have either supported that or have talked about it or in a positive way, et cetera. And this is a real challenge. Every time that I bring up in some of these circles, that I'm very opposed to the chain CPI, I'm not upset by the fact that people disagree with that. What I'm upset is that they assume that I have the position for political reasons. Oh, of course, well, you're from a tough district, seniors in your, obviously that's an important thing. And I have to say, no, actually, I'm opposed to this because it is bad policy. And it is bad policy both because it would cut Social Security, but in a way that's insidious and that continues year after year after year and would, in fact, I believe, undermine the program far more than even other kinds of things that I think many of us and would be considered, really out of bounds and would be really foolish politically. In fact, chain CPI is so dangerous to us because it's specifically put together to be politically palatable. It's too complicated. Nobody can figure it out. Oh, that sounds about right. Oh, yeah, well, I know we have to, well, that, so be careful of that. But I'm just telling you the frame right now is one that it's a rearguard action. Nonetheless, we have to go on the offensive. And what I am so glad about this particular conference is that you're doing just that. You're talking not only about maintaining Social Security, but actually expanding it. Social Security, not as a challenge that has to be overcome, but as a solution to many of our other challenges. And that's very important. And that may not happen tomorrow, and it may not happen in a year, it may not happen even in the next Congress, but I do believe that it is an important component of how we are going to solve these important societal challenges that we face. And so we need to go on the offensive. Believe me, I come from, the house grandfather was from my district, believe it or not. But it's interesting because Winston Churchill, everybody thinks of as real conservative, right? Winston Churchill was absolutely instrumental, along with Lloyd George, to improving and setting the Social Security plan in Great Britain and actually the National Health Plan in Great Britain. Republicans love to quote Churchill. They don't really read the history there. So thank you all very, very much for everything you do, and thank you particularly for the panel. And I do apologize for getting in the way of some of the questions, but thanks again.
So we have time for some questions, and I'm going to do the same thing I did before, which is I'm going to repeat them. Actually, do we have the mics? Yeah. So let's see. I don't need to do that because Don and Michael are going to walk around and give you a handheld mic. Let's go here and then here.
For anybody on the panel, does someone know what the replacement rate is for a couple of countries that we compete with so we can make a comparison with what we have here in this country? Just a replacement rate?
The OECD countries, the United States is close to the bottom on replacement rates. Ben Vecti, who's worked in Germany, probably has
Germany, 65. Right.
60. Right. And of course, in European countries, there's also universal health insurance. There are lots of other benefits, including children's allowance.
And the business community essentially asserted that they would prefer that they would take care of it. Right? That the business community would take care of it by broadening pension coverage, which until World War II had essentially been only provided, companies only provided pensions to executives and to a relatively small number of front office employees. But that corporate America was...
And therefore, the predicate for expanding Social Security is exactly as we've just heard. So there's a link between the realities of the shift from benefit programs to defined contributions and
it's really easy in this kind of insular political culture where most people are actually being rented in some way by some interest, which is generally a wealthy one. It's really, you can get confused. You can think, well, you know, Social Security, nobody really cares about it. That is not true. Right? Something on the order of 70%. Right? Now, so I mean, for starters, I do not see this issue as somehow one in which, and there are issues like this in public life. There are issues that are very noble and correct, but which are doomed. Right? This is not one of them. It only becomes that way if essentially there is a conspiracy of silence among those of us in Washington while some tricky cut gets implemented. And the point that we want to just keep making to elected officials and their staff and anyone who will listen is don't think it for a second that if you engage in that particular form of betrayal that anyone is going to be fooled. Right? We are certainly not going to be fooled, and neither will your opponents of either party, because they'll come at you from both right and left on this subject. And if you think when the right wing comes at you on this issue that the AFL-CIO is going to protect you, you're going to learn something different on that day. Right, now that's like, let's start with that. Now what can an individual do? Particularly an individual living in the greater Washington area with some, I gather, some access to various things. Here's what you can do. The first thing is if you live in Maryland, you need to be in touch with both your senators. All right? And that's true for any other state, but I think it's particularly true for Maryland. You need to be in touch with both your senators. Senator Cardin has a particular expertise in retirement policy. He needs to hear from you. Secondly, you need to put, a person concerned about these issues needs to actively engage in public debate, meaning write letters to the Washington Post. Right? One of the most formidable opponents Social Security has is the Post editorial page. They need to hear from the public. Right? But again, don't be confused. Right? The fact that the Washington Post editorial page and the wealthy people who serve on its board and the Graham family would rather that Americans eat dog food in retirement does not mean that the rest of the country agrees.
I haven't heard.
Well, to really tie Damon's remarks and further them to your question, it's not an accident, I don't think, that your students believe that Social Security has to be cut back. There has been a campaign starting in the early 1980s to convince the American public of something that's just not true, which is that the program's not affordable, that it's taking money away from children. I mean, you can go through the litany, and once you combat, it's like whack-a-mole. Once you combat all the arguments, they just start coming up again. There was just a thing on NPR this morning about intergenerational warfare. So that there's $1 billion, just one single individual, Pete Peterson, has put $1 billion of his own wealth into pushing these arguments, and he's got ties, as we've talked earlier in the day, to media and to access to members. And so that's what this fight is all about. When you ask the public, they are very much in support of this program. They don't have confidence. The younger they are, the more they lack confidence. But when you ask them, do you think the program should be cut, they say no. So that's what we have to build on. In addition to Damon's suggestions, are you in Congressman Van Hollen's district?
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Oh, well, you're close enough, Maryland. But again, he is, Elijah Cummings is great. And go to his town hall meetings and get him to ask him to talk to his fellow members, including Congressman Van Hollen, because there's as part of the leadership, they are talking, and this is why I think it's so important that the AFL is so strong. The Democrats, I mean, people joke about snatching defeat out of the jaws of victory, that they're on the high ground on Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. They're highly popular programs with the American public, and they're the longtime defenders of the program. And the American people understand there's a need for taxes, but they don't, as long as it's not affecting them, they don't care, or they're suspicious. And so what does what are the leadership now talking about? We'll cut Social Security if you let us raise taxes. They take the two most unpopular issues and put them together. The message should be, we have to raise taxes so we don't have to cut these programs. And that, I think, would carry the day with the American public. So in addition to that, a little bit of a plug, there's a petition going around right now that Senator Sanders has championed, saying no cuts in these programs. We're close to, I guess, 500,000 signatures in just 5 days. So go online and sign up.
And you can go to americawantsnocuts.com.
And in addition, a little plug for our organization. If you go to strengthensocialsecurity.org and sign on, you'll get email alerts and lots of information. And when there's something moving in Congress, you'll be alerted. This is a really good time to contact your strengthensocialsecurity.org.
Let's see whether there's a question.
Okay, are there other questions?
Good morning. Mark Miller with Reuters. Nancy, you talked at the beginning of your comments about a bit about disability insurance in the context of the thinking experiment. Wondering if you could talk a little bit more about DI in the sense that, A, we've got a much more immediate looming issue there with exhaustion of the trust fund, and secondly, that there seems to be a pretty clear attack on DI from the standpoint of stories we've seen appearing and investigations going on having to do with alleged fraud and abuse in that program. And how do you see that fitting into the broader context of this discussion about the future of Social Security more broadly?
This, again, is part of the drumbeat and the effort to undermine these programs. The elite that have put $1 billion or more into this fight, the Fix the Debt crowd, all of them, have been wanting for decades to cut these programs, but there's no action-forcing event. So they keep trying to force action. You know, first it's now the action-forcing event is the deficit. They used to talk about we're in deficit right now on Social Security, and that got knocked out of the water. So the new thing is, oh, well, we've got to act on disability insurance. The reality is that it's a kind of historical accident that there are even these two separate trust funds, that these programs are completely unrelated. There is a single benefit formula that generates the 1% of GDP of the shortfall. In other words, again, the other side takes it both ways. When they want to talk about Social Security's going broke, they talk about 2033, which is the combined OAS-DI, disability and old age. And when they want to make it sound really scary, they say, but DI, and it's intellectually dishonest. But it is something to be concerned about because it will require, it's nothing surprising, nothing alarming. There's a complete explanation for why it's that way, but it is an action-forcing event. Congress does have to enact some legislation before 2016. And I would love, as part of this ongoing fiscal deal, if they just do the reallocation now, and that takes care of it until 2033.
Well, disability, it seems to me, is just part, as Nancy was just suggesting, of seeking out ways of talking about the inappropriateness, unaffordability, ungovernability of social insurance programs typically. The word that expression I've not heard here today yet, which I think is really a dangerous one, are those people who are advancing the idea of a grand bargain. Now, what counts as a grand bargain is a bad bargain in substance for this group, but it's directed towards trying to normalize a reduction in Social Security on the grounds of fiscal prudence. Either disability is out of control, Medicare has cost too much, there's too many older people. Wringing your hands rather than ideologically revealing your intentions is what's going on politically. That's why it seems to me the rhetoric needs to be identified and attacked. And it is true that the American public is overwhelmingly supportive of Social Security. But when people talk about a grand bargain of prudence to accommodate the circumstances of our children, you can't just rely upon the general popularity. You have to expose the presumptions built in to these slogans like grand bargains.
And actually, if I can make one more comment on that, and that is that I think this is a really, as I was saying, it seems to be a campaign. You see, again, NPR, the Washington Post, others running stories about all the fraud and hearings in the House side and the disability program. And I think it's a really malicious, because we are talking about the most vulnerable people in this country. The people who receive disability insurance and the supplemental security income benefits have to overcome the very toughest standard, really, I think, of any program in the world. It's not just people we would think of as disabled don't fit the definition. So it really is demonizing and focusing, and could really harm vulnerable people. And of course, as I said in my thought experiment, that could be any one of us, but for the grace of God. Now, T.J. Sutcliffe and other works for the Consortium for Citizens with Disabilities, and there are others in the audience. As I said, there's a lot of expertise. So if people want to make other comments, feel free to, or ask other questions.
I want to say just quickly on this grand bargain talk that Professor Marmer brought up. Every time Social Security has been amended or changed in its history, it's been done on its own terms through the normal, regular legislative process. That's how it happened back, as Nancy knows, as part of the 1983 Commission. But the debate was full, the amendment process went through in the House and the Senate to try and cram very bad changes to Social Security through some great idea like a grand bargain. Would actually be a grand betrayal to both the Social Security system and to the beneficiaries, and really falls 180-degree opposite of what the history of Social Security has been. I mean, remember, Pete Peterson was Richard Nixon's Secretary of Commerce, and it's Richard Nixon who gave us the COLA and signed the COLA increase. So Mr. Peterson didn't listen to his boss very well.
And just to add to Rich's comment, Medicare is really in danger in this, and people I think in this room understand, but if you shift costs in Medicare onto individual beneficiaries, that's an indirect cut to Social Security because it's the same population.
So we have time for 2 more questions. We'll go here.
Thank you. I'm with the National Academy of Social Insurance, and I have first a comment and then a follow-up question with it. And the comment is that in the research we've done on what the American people want, we find remarkable agreement on the grassroots level among both Republicans and Democrats in support of Social Security. Large majorities of Republicans and Democrats say they don't mind paying for it because they value what it does for themselves, their families, and their communities. Large majorities say if it's necessary to preserve Social Security for people to pay a little more, we're willing to do it. Large majorities say we should consider improving the benefits so that people can have a secure retirement. When going through a thought exercise in a survey where they do a trade-off analysis and consider various combinations of ways to fix Social Security for the long term, considering tax increases, benefit cuts, or benefit improvements, the winning plan overall comes out with 2 tax increases, both very gradual, phased in very slowly and responsibly, and 2 fairly modest benefit increases, one of which is to have a CPI that actually reflects the inflation elderly's people experience, and another that improves benefits for low-paid workers with long careers. All of this together wipes out the long-term deficit and improves benefits and has widespread support. Given this, how do we connect kind of where the grassroots Americans are when they have a chance to express their views with the debates that are going on in Washington?
So we have one more question after this. I'm going to ask everyone to be as brief as they can in these replies.
So that was a very helpful comment. The way in the way in which these things get connected. Some people ask the AFL-CIO, why do you speak in this way about Social Security? You don't sound very reasonable. Well, we're not. We're not reasonable about this. The president of the AFL-CIO has a sign over his desk that says nothing was ever accomplished by a reasonable person. And in relation to Social Security, we are expressing exactly the views of our members, right? It's the role of representative organizations like labor unions. It is the role of elected officials. It is the role of all the intermediaries that link the American public to their governing institutions in Washington, right, to explain and lead on this matter, and lead in a way that is consistent with the wishes of the American people and with good policy. There's only so much time in these events, and my own experience of these issues in Washington is that intellectual arguments don't get you very far, and that very clear political messages are very helpful. And so I've used my time to do that, but I want to say something about the policy issues here that supplement what you've just said. The first is that, and I alluded to this in my opening remarks, that it's bad economic policy to cut Social Security. It will take demand out of our economy. I mean, depending on when you can mitigate this in various ways, but it will take demand out of our economy. And we have an economy without enough aggregate demand right now. That's why we have mass unemployment. Cutting Social Security or in any respect doing anything contractionary with Social Security's financing right now is a bad idea. It's a bad policy idea for reasons that go beyond the question of retirement security and go to the health of our economy overall. The second point is, and it's about taxes, is that it's not really well understood by almost anybody what the real tax basis of Social Security is and why at the moment it's been allowed to weaken so much. We only tax wages for Social Security. We do not tax capital gains or dividends. We also only tax wages up to a cap of about $110,000. In the past, we've taxed in real dollar terms up to close to $200,000 in real 2013 dollar terms. So we've allowed the wage base to decline, and we've exempted income to capital just at the time when there's been a wholesale shift from wage income to capital income in terms of the composition of income in our society. And that wholesale shift is partly because, both these things are partly because of the growing inequality in our society, but they're partly because people game the system and they characterize what is really wage income as capital income. By the way, the person in our society who benefits the most from this particular kind of tax evasion is Pete Peterson. Right? Most of whose income is he characterizes, thanks to something called carried interest, as income to capital when it's actually wage income. The real politics of the attack on Social Security are all about the people who are getting away with not contributing to Social Security's fear that they might actually have to pay a little more taxes, and their willingness to spend a lot of money to buy a lot of people in the media and in the public policy community to get them to keep the taxman away from their door, and their willingness to sacrifice the weakest and poorest among us to that agenda. Now, that suggests, and when you think about how, in fact, the shortfall in Social Security is relatively small, it suggests how easy it would be if we were having a rational debate about this to fix it.
So, in the interest of getting to our last question, I'm going to move there, and knowing that some of our panelists might actually merge the two questions in their answers. And I'm going to ask again that you be as brief as possible.
Hi, I'm Mickey Wade, AARP. And I would just like to ask, how can we combat the misinformation, or what I call half-truths, that are perpetuated in the media? For example, on the news this morning, I heard about the $1.5 billion fraud that's coming from Social Security. But what they didn't report was that Social Security has paid, what, $1.5 trillion in benefits in the past 2 years? So divide that $1 billion divided by the $1.5 trillion, and that's the amount of fraud, that Social Security is experiencing. The same with the chain CPI, as Virginia alluded to earlier. The advocates say that it's a more accurate COLA measure, but it fails to say that there's absolutely no research that says it's a more accurate COLA measure for older Americans, for the disabled, or for low-income Americans who it'll affect also. So how do we combat the half information that's being perpetuated by the media?
I'll go down though.
The answer I would give to Virginia relates to your question as well, would be under three headings. It would be money, media, and misinformation. And what's the connections among those three? It's not a matter of whether or not the American public has a positive view, Virginia. That doesn't explain the politics. The politics are associated with what you might call what Nancy was calling a campaign that's been going on since the 1970s. And it's funded by very well-to-do persons and foundations. So unless we get countervailing money to participate, we're going to be in an imbalanced media marketplace. Then the second connection to the media. It's not just a matter that the media have wealthy people on their boards. It's that we've got this norm in American journalism. It's not complete, but the norm that a journalist is safe if they give two sides of an argument as if they're giving equal weight. Now, in cases of the kind that you were talking about, where it isn't of two different positions, the findings are what they are, you give equal weight to the other side. And then the third is almost the drumbeat of a diagnosis that I talked about at the very beginning of unaffordability. And that seems like a fair-minded and sober and prudential consideration, rather than what it is an ideological objection to what it is that people. And if the U.S. public had a locomotive which went from their views to the Congress, this wouldn't happen. But it isn't a locomotive. Gerrymandering means that there's a very loose connection at all between general public opinion and outcomes of the political process. So I think it is no puzzle, and it's not answered by substantive views about what American public says. That's a consideration, but it doesn't trump in the way that you're implying, that somehow it ought to be the case. Instead, there's a war going on, and it's a war not of facts. It's a war of images of the character of American society, American politics, and the characteristics of older Americans.
Just quickly to follow up on Professor Malmore, I'd say in some areas we've already won by collective action, grassroots action, and pressure, and specifically on what is the chain CPI. When the proponents came out of this a few years ago, technical change more accurately reflects all those other buzzwords. Our groups, individually and collectively, went to work to say, no, it's a benefit cut. And the administration and proponents no longer do the technical fix. That's right, more accurate language. I think we've erased that from the dialogue, and more grassroots support like that will help. Our group, we did human chains against the chain CPI over the July 4th congressional recess, and made paper-mache chains and got people, and in some places got a lot of members of Congress to join us, and got good local grassroots publicity out of it. So, you know, our drumbeat, we're never going to have enough money. Our drum's never going to be as big as the other side. But consistent polling still shows that on these issues, we're in the right, and there will be a price to pay if politicians start going the other way.
So I want to thank the panel for all the discussion. It was a really fantastic panel. And as everybody, we're going to change on the fly to the next one. So I want to thank the questioners as well, AARP, NACI, sir, really fantastic questions. And, you know, this conference isn't the end of the conversation, so I hope that everyone takes the opportunity to find us online at strengthensocialsecurity.org or other ways of staying in touch. And while we change the next to the next panel, I'll also say I have a very simple answer, which is we have to make as much noise as possible. We have to create a din and a clamor that they can't ignore, because we have the people. And we have our champions in the Senate and the House. And we're very lucky to have one of our strongest champions here today to introduce this next panel. It's really an honor and a pleasure of mine to get to ask Representative Mike Honda to come to the podium and say a few words. He's been a champion on the push for expanding Social Security, and we're really lucky to have him here today. So Representative Mike Honda. And the next panel can actually come up and take your seats while we do this.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How y'all doing?
We're doing good, yeah. Great.
Did we do this yet? Seems like Groundhog Day, you know. Every year we're defending Social Security, right. You know, about this time of the year. Remember that song, "Stop the World and Let Me Get Off for a Minute"? What was the other song? No, anyway. Well, I'm not going to introduce the panel. I just came to make a couple of comments, if you don't mind. And when I was coming here, I kept thinking to myself, we're talking to the choir, you know? We're talking to the choir, and we're talking to people who want to defend, sustain, grow Social Security. But I guess this is just like church, you know? When you go to choir practice, that's what this is. Choir practice. We're all going to sing off the same page and harmonize. For who? For those who are going to come to church on Sunday. So, does anybody know what I'm talking about? Because we used to have choir practice on Wednesdays, Bible study on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I got a break. My mom, you know, did her Japanese, Bible studies and stuff like that, and that's why I don't learn Japanese. You know, I have Fridays and Saturdays off. But I just wanted to share a couple of thoughts. My mom was born in 1916 in San Jose, California. She was second generation. Her daddy said when she was about 5 or 6 that you're a girl, you don't need to go to school because when you grow up, you're going to be raising your own family. So, you know the story, right? It's the same thing. My mother never forgave her father. So she was determined to become more educated than, when anybody expected. But she did it on her own. By the time she was 96, she was reading Mandarin, Chinese and Japanese, and translating the Bible and stuff like that. Things that the monks used to do in the old days, right? That's a joke. She's not that old. Anyway, the point of the story is that when she had me, I was about not even 6 months old and about 9 months old, and the war broke out between U.S. and Japan. And because there was anti-Asian media, we call it yellow journalism, there was a lot of rhetoric by politicians, we call that racism. And the war started, that people started looking at the Japanese Americans to get rid of them and put them in camp by a lot of people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. We call that greed. But you put it all together, it all happened in America. And it should have never happened because the Constitution is unconditionally guaranteed everybody equal protection. And I think that that's one of the reasons why I'm here in Congress, to provide that blanket, to remind people that we have other people who are always constantly being victimized. We learned later that, it was racism and was war hysteria and the failure of political leadership that put people like me in camps. 9/11 comes along, same thing happens. At least we have some people here that's providing the political leadership. And in Social Security, it's a blanket also for all those who we want to protect from poverty. It's not a retirement system. We know that. But people have to be reminded that. And it's a program, it's a contract between our country and the rest of the country. And as a contract we have with people in this country through the political leadership. And today we have the political leadership of Senator Harkin, when he came up with a bill to lift the cap. Loretta Sanchez on the House side. Then I came along because I said, you know, all along, we ought to scrap the cap, you know, because people kept asking me, how do you fix it? And when I understood what Social Security was all about and its functioning, which is your job to teach everybody, even the recipients, even those who don't want it, even those who fight against it, they're going to get it. And I dare them to give the check back once they started getting their own checks later on. You know, they may put on a baseball cap, dark glasses, and cash their, you know, retirement check in the bank or something like that, or have it automatically deposited. But we know that that's going to happen. And so for the benefit of all people, we're doing this battle. So the panel is going to talk about how do you know, expand this battle. And, you know, me, the policymaker, not an economist or anything else like that, all I know is that when people talk about change CPI, I said, what's that? You know, chain it to the ground, make it sturdy and anchor it down? Nah, when you look into all these little titles, you know, it always has to have a negative thing, especially it's about people who want to get rid of your stuff, right? So, you know, like the Patriot Act, you know, it's all the opposite of what, and they must know it because that's the way they title it to make it sound palatable. I just thought of that. and so we need to be on our toes, and this is why we're here together, coalescing and creating this alliance and teaching each other things that we know. For me, it's personal. My mom was a domestic worker all her adult life. So she didn't have a pension. She didn't have a retirement program, but she had Social Security. But 7 years ago, she had a major heart operation, and she wouldn't have been able to survive without Medicare and Social Security. Contracts of our government with our people. And so knowing that and understanding that, and other people knowing that their family members or somebody that they know is going to be affected by it, it should be personal. This is a personal fight. But it's a contract that we promised to people. And when it was passed, a lot of the folks who didn't like it then don't like it now, and they're still trying. You know, it sounds like, it reminds me of what a judge said when he was overhearing a contest over an election. Someone won by 16 votes in Houston, and they counted the votes 3 times, and finally the 4th time the judge says, he won, you lost, get over it. You know, we're going to win. It's going to continue. We're going to keep our word. So let's tell them to get over it, you know. And so if we scrap the crap.
Let's scrap the crap.
What I really wanted to say is cut the crap, scrap the cap. Now you know English is my second language. But that's what we want to do, to make it better, expand it.
I like it.
And we talk about CPI based upon the breadbasket concept, right? Well, when I just figured it out when I was standing back there waiting to talk to you, that they're trying not to make the breadbasket larger, deeper. They want to make it shallower. So, you know, if we talk to people and they understand what a breadbasket is, or when you go shopping, you know, you can make choices. We don't want to reduce their choices. We don't want to confine their choices. We want to expand it and also look at the possibility of growing this. And as we get older, our expenses get more. So how do you help this thing grow? So in this scrap the cap legislation, we're saying get rid of the cap, and also add a formula there that is called CPIE for those who are elderly that need that extra formulation to increase the allotment. To do that, let's move forward, not backwards. I guess, you know, when you're, no, I'm not going to get political, I'm sorry. we're just going to have to do it. And I just appreciate your expertise and your experiences and your instructions to me as a policymaker to help me become a better policy person. And to that end, I thank you for your daily work, and I want to recognize that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Honda, and also for being such a terrific champion of the program and of the people who are affected by it. I want to thank everybody for being here. We are looking at an opportunity and the need to think about how to expand this program. I'm going to say it this way. I love this conference. I can say that because I wasn't as involved in planning it as I would. Nancy Altman was very involved. Alex Lawson, the staff of Social Security Works, John Burbank, many others. We've been talking for a while about expanding, talking about shifting towards an affirmative vision and putting it forward. This is our chance. And the structure of this conference is fundamentally, look, there is a retirement income crisis. It's huge. 2/3 of working Americans cannot maintain their standard of living in retirement, according to the according to some data. 2/3 of working Americans, and that assumes they work till 65. There's a crisis. We have a solution. We have a system Americans like, love. They may not agree on everything, but they agree on that. So we have this system that works, and that's a solution. This panel is talking about a range of solutions that would expand Social Security, addressing critical concerns, and then the next panel talks about the politics of doing this. And we're all involved in thinking about how do we do this. I won't try to mention a bunch of people in the audience. There's so many people who are here who've made huge contributions to the system in many, many ways. And there are congressional staff, like Senator Begich's staff, Senator Begich, Senator Harkin, Senator Sanders, Senator Warren, and others have been very, very positive. Begich and Harkin and Sanders all are involved in putting bills forward. Congressman Deutsch. I could go through it. There are a huge number of people. So I'm here to introduce the panel, and I'm going to start, I guess, by introducing myself. And I will start with some remarks that Nancy Altman and I put together or talk about a plan that the Social Security Works staff put together. And the basic story here is, as we said, Social Security is a solution. And I'll ask someone on the panel to let me know if I go past 5 minutes, because we're going to be very careful with time, so there's time for Q&A. We talk about financing as a means. Somewhere in this whole discussion about Social Security, we've forgotten that the purpose is to assist the American people. This is a program that helps people help themselves. And it's functioning, it's been put together over many generations with a purpose in mind. It's not a program that is about financing. Of course that's important, but financing is the means, the end is the kind of society we want, the kind of support we want, and we need to look at those ends. We make the point in the document you have in front of you, we can afford Social Security and we can afford its expansion. Earlier this morning, the speakers, Dean, a number of people talked about how fundamentally productivity in our society has been going like this for the past 40 years. The problem is that wage increases and wealth has been flat or down for the vast majority of Americans. We can afford it. We have expectations of continuing wage increases. Another point I just say is values matter. We talk about percents of taxable payroll and bend points and factors and this and that. We lose the debate when we get into that. What really matters is that people care about this and they can see their mothers, their fathers, their aunts, uncles, grandparents, their children in this program. And what I think as progressives, we often forget to talk about the value base that's quite frankly connected to a religious value base too. The core values that this program promotes are critical. So we have a plan which addresses what we talk about, the nation's retirement income crisis, which strengthens family protections and secures the financing of Social Security. And I'll turn to that, but I'm going to tell you the short story, because your eyes will glaze over at all the numbers. me just flip. Oh, I have to flip that. Oh, there we go. So put on your specs or open. I got my 3-minute warning. This is good. Thank you, Stephanie. 2-minute warning. Got it. So I can do that. The bottom lines are that we can afford it. There's some things we need to do. The plan we put together, it is preliminary. It doesn't deal with interaction effects yet, but it's roughly there. It results in a surplus in the system in the end of 0.5% of taxable payroll. One of the key pieces is the plan would give a 10% benefit increase to all beneficiaries now and in the future, capped at about $150 a month per person. So it's an opportunity to expand and talk about expanding the system. We, of course, have the more accurate CPI that we've talked about, and we talk about ensuring that anyone who's worked 30 years long and hard will at least receive a minimum benefit of 125% of poverty. So these broad general pieces. Then there are a number of family strengthening proposals, very importantly, providing up to 12 weeks of family leave upon birth, adoption of a child, upon illness, or upon the illness of a family member of the worker. We're talking about a family leave plan, responding to the needs of real families. This is family policy. And we're talking about a number of benefits that would improve benefits for children, student benefit, restoring the student benefit. The point is, we do in this plan, we expand, as a number of these plans do, quite a bit. Now we talk about financing it. Where's the money come from? We have, we have a 2.72% of taxable payroll shortfall, and we add about 2.5% of additional expenses. We get it from gradually eliminating the cap, and we give full credit to people who pay above it up until $6,000 of average benefit. So there would be a maximum benefit. Just as we have a minimum benefit, we would scrap the cap and have a maximum benefit. So we wouldn't have billions of dollars in benefits going at the top end. We also would talk about millionaires, billionaires paying their fair share, their social contribution, by putting a 20% cap on earnings, and on income, that is, over $1 million. We wouldn't put that 20% below $1 million. So we're talking about a serious tax increase on the people who've done most well in our economy. We talk about a number of other changes. Importantly, we talk about investing a portion of Social Security in equities, the way it's done in the Federal Reserve pension plan. And we talk about also a significant but very doable 50 cents a week increase in payroll taxation for employer and employee over 20 years. And together, these things make a huge difference and are doable if we dream. We have been undermined. I got the stop sign, which is perfect. That's exactly where, would you allow me to stop? Okay, so with that, I'd like to introduce Zach Schechter Steinberg, who has done so much with Senator Harkin's work and his own help in moving this debate forward and into a positive frame.
Hi, everyone. Are there slides, or should I not worry about it?
You can click.
Or is it all set up?
We'll go for you.
So thank you all for being here and for doing this. Senator Harkin, along with Senator Schatz and Senator Begich, earlier this year have introduced legislation S567, the Strengthening Social Security Act of 2013. The companion in the House, as Congressman Honda noted, is HR 3118 with 38 co-sponsors, led by Congressman Honda and Congresswoman Linda Sanchez, which we're delighted to have their support. Senator Harkin really approaches this issue from the perspective of the need to strengthen the three-legged stool of retirement. As you all have heard, that stool has become increasingly wobbly in recent years. And so just two more quick facts. We know the retirement stool is Social Security, private savings, and private pensions. But we know that in the private savings space, we know that less than half of Americans have $10,000 in savings. In the private pension space, when my boss, Senator Harkin, first came to Washington 30 plus years ago, about half of Americans had a pension that lasted them until the day they died. That number today is under 1 in 5. So the retirement stool has really become a lot more wobbly in recent years, and the way to strengthen that, in his mind, is to add a little bit more to the leg that is still strong, which is Social Security. So the bill does that sort of in 3 ways. First, by increasing benefits by improving annual cost of living adjustments, by increasing benefits for future retirees by changing the benefit formula, and by extending the life of the trust fund by removing the wage cap. So how does it do so? First, the bill provides an increase for all current beneficiaries by changing the way COLAs are measured so that they better account for the inflation actually felt by seniors by changing to the CPIE, which has been discussed, I think, ad nauseum already, so we all know what that is. In addition, it includes an increase in benefits for future beneficiaries. And so how do we do that? Very simply, the Social Security benefit formula is progressive. So that is, for the lower amount of earnings you have over the course of your lifetime, those earnings are replaced with a higher replacement factor and as your earnings go up over the course of your working career, the replacement factor comes down. Right now, the first replacement factor, known as the first bend point, is 90% of your earnings. What Senator Harkin's bill does is it extends the amount of income subject to that 90% replacement factor. In other words, giving a benefit increase for everyone making over roughly $800 a month in average earnings over the course of their working life. So that's almost everyone, and it provides that benefit increase over a long period of time. So in the end of it is about a $65 to $70 benefit increase. Senator Harkin feels very strongly that we also need to make sure that we extend the life of the trust fund as well. And so he does that by removing the wage cap, which, as we all know, is currently about $113,700. He does so over 5 years. And importantly for Senator Harkin, because he believes so strongly that this is an entitlement program, this is not an entitlement program, excuse me, but is an insurance program, he believes that you have to credit back benefits for people who are making over the cap currently. So he provides a 5% replacement factor for people who are making over that $113,700 mark now to make sure that they're still getting something back for every dollar they're contributing. All told, according to the Social Security actuaries, this proposal would increase benefits, would extend the life of the trust fund through 2049. That's almost another 15 years or so of solvency of the trust fund, and it would also reduce the long-term 75-year deficit in half because of all the money that we're pulling in over the long term from removing the wage cap. So that's a brief synopsis of the legislation. I should note, I'm sorry I didn't say this on the top end. For any media in the room, my comments are off the record. Thanks.
Next, Maya Rockymore, who is a core advocate who chairs the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare and many other things, will present a plan.
Thank you to Social Security Works and to Senator Harkin's office for sponsoring this event. We thank you so very much. Guess what? Today, a majority of children who are born in this nation are racial and ethnic minorities. Guess another thing. By the year 2019, a majority of youth under the age of 18 will be racial and ethnic minorities. African Americans, Latinos, Native Americans, Asian Americans. By the year 2043, the US Census Bureau projects that the nation at large will be majority racial and ethnic, quote unquote, minority. Now, why is this important? There's an entire conversation going on talking about generational equity. And frankly, the other side, and when I say the other side, those who are proposing to cut benefits are claiming that they have the high road, that they want to cut benefits in order to save Social Security for future generations. But what they're forgetting is that future generations will need these benefits even more so than their parents did. And when you look at the fact of who these populations are, you'll understand why. When we're talking about racial and ethnic minority groups, we're talking about populations that have been historically disenfranchised in this nation. We're talking about populations that have households with negative wealth or low wealth. When you look at the wealth situation as it currently stands, racial and ethnic households, Latino and African American households, have only 5 and 6 cents respectively of wealth for every dollar of wealth held by the typical white family. That means that, and although we can say that we're going to do everything that we need to do on the education side, on the investment side, to make sure that these populations can be competitive and to have everything that they need to be productive in the future, the likelihood is that these populations will continue to have retirement insecurity for the foreseeable future. They are growing up in a country that has disinvested in retirement security. We know what's happened in terms of private pensions, and we know that there are major and real threats to Social Security. But we can't let that happen because Social Security is important for African American, Latino, and other racial and ethnic minority retirees today. It's important for those who are disabled. It's important especially for those young people who are relying on Social Security survivor benefits. And when you look at the demographics of those young people, they tend to be disproportionately racial and ethnic minority group recipients because of the shorter life expectancy of these populations. And so far, we've been having a limited conversation, a limited debate about what needs to happen with regards to Social Security. And that debate has been only on the side of cutting benefits. And I just want to adopt something that Congressman Honda just said. We need to scrap the crap. And the crap is that there is a larger debate at hand. We've been having a dishonest national conversation about our options. And the reality is that our options are greater than just cutting benefits. And so in recognition of this, in 2011, we pulled together a commission to modernize Social Security. This commission was comprised of a number of national organizations, such as the Southeast Asia Resource Action Center, the National Council of La Raza, the Economic Policy Institute, the National Urban League, amongst many other organizations representing communities of color. We came together to bring our experts together to say, listen, we're concerned about future generations. We're concerned about children who are inheriting this nation. We're concerned especially about children of color from low-wealth households. What can we do to lend our expertise to building a program and a plan that actually seeks to strengthen retirement security for future generations? And what we came up with was this plan for a new future, the impact of Social Security reform on communities of color. And the plan that we came up with is here represented, certainly on this screen. We seek to raise revenue by scrapping, not the crap this time, the cap, and that got us to most of our revenue shortfall with regards to Social Security reform. And we also sought to increase the payroll tax gradually over a period of 20 years. We sought to bring in all new state and local workers. And we also sought to treat salary reduction plans like 401ks the same in terms of how it's treated under Social Security payroll taxes. That gave us enough revenue to not only cover the actuarial deficit that's currently projected for Social Security, but also, guess what, to expand benefits. And we expanded benefits by boosting benefits for the very old, by boosting benefits for widowed spouses, by boosting benefits for those who take time out of the workforce to care for their loved ones, by boosting benefits for the very poor, by boosting benefits overall for everyone by making the benefits more adequate across the board. And then we did a number of administrative fixes, like addressing the Social Security disability backlog, like looking at expanding language access in the Social Security offices around the country. And even with that, we were able to not only raise the money, but also cover the additional benefits needed to make Social Security stronger for everyone. And so I encourage you to go onto our website, Commission to Modernize SocialSecurity.org, to view our plan in depth. And the reality is that the time has come now to scrap the crap. It's time for a broader conversation. If your boss is not talking about adequacy of Social Security benefits, they need to be, and all of the mainstream news media needs to be on board as well. Thank you.
Thank you. A new phrase has come into the lexicon. Next, Eva Dominguez, who is with the Alliance for Retired Americans and is president of Latinos for a Secure Retirement, will present their plan.
Thank you. The Latino community depends on Social Security even more than any other community. For more than half, that's 55.1%, it represents almost all their income. While Latinos receive lower benefits, the average Latino male receives, in 2011, received just under $12,921. And the average Latino female received $10,438. While they receive lower benefits, they actually get a higher rate of return for their contributions. And this is due to lower lifetime incomes, longer life expectancies, a higher incidence of disability, and larger families. That's why Social Security is so important to the Latino community. Without Social Security, the poverty rate among Latino families would jump from 19% to 50%. That's why Latinos for a Secure Retirement developed a plan that would not only safeguard the Social Security program, but improve benefits for low-income beneficiaries. We produced a plan back in 2011, and we have just reissued the report. We've made a couple of changes to it. We basically updated some numbers and made a few revisions. The new report is this right here. We do have some copies here, but also you can go to the Latinos for Secure Retirement website and get this. But basically, our new plan reduces by 3/4 the projected 75-year deficit. And it does so without cutting benefits and without raising the retirement age. Our plan does those things right there. One of the first things it does is it ensures college and vocational students of deceased or disabled parents, make sure that they are insured under Social Security. This is, of course, a benefit improvement. And this is just simply reverting back to previous law. Prior to 1981, Social Security paid benefits to students of deceased and disabled parents until they were 22. So this is also a common sense provision, which has a very modest cost, but a very high rate of return. It is estimated that a college graduate will contribute $145,000 more during their lifetimes to the Social Security Trust Fund. So it's just common sense. The second thing we would do is we would raise the income floor for vulnerable adults. This is also an improvement. While a special minimum benefit was enacted in the 1970s, it was not indexed for inflation. So what we would do is we would create a special minimum benefit that would pay a minimum of 125% of the federal poverty level, and that's for low-wage workers who have worked over 30 years and retired at the normal retirement age. The third thing we would do is we would eliminate the employer tax cap and gradually raise the employee cap to cover 90% of the earnings. Currently, workers pay Social Security payroll taxes on incomes up to $113,700. This captures 83% of earnings. Our provision would take it back to its historic level of 90% for all employees, and it gets rid of the cap on the employer side. Fourth thing we would do is to diversify trust fund investments by investing 40% of the trust fund in equities. This differs from using private individual accounts, and that the government can spread the risk of the bear market over several generations to maintain promised benefits. Most public and private pensions do this already, including employees of the Federal Reserve System, the Tennessee Valley Authority, and the Railroad Retirement Board. The fifth thing we would do is treat all salary reductions like 401k plans. Currently, employees pay taxes on retirement accounts like 401ks, but not on other salary reductions, like flexible spending accounts, dependent care, or qualified commuting costs. This would treat all these plans the same for tax purposes. And finally, the last provision is that we would increase legal immigration. According to the Social Security Administration, each increase of 100,000 immigrants improves the long-term solvency of Social Security by 0.07 of taxable payroll, or it eliminates 2.5% of the 75-year projected shortfall. I think this piece is particularly important, particularly as Congress is debating the immigration reform and the fate of 10 million aspiring immigrants stand in the balance. Comprehensive immigration reform is not only the right thing to do, but it would also go a long way to strengthening the Social Security Trust Fund. Thank you.
You can see why we've been so excited about bringing people together today. Dan Adcock, who is the Director of Government Relations for the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare, will be our next panelist, and we'll be talking about a plan that they put together with IWPR, with NOW, and a number of other groups.
Good afternoon, everybody. And Eric, thank you, and thank you also to Social Security Works for putting this, this conference on, and also for including the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. Last year, the National Committee Foundation, along with the Institute for Women's Policy Research, which is led by Heidi Hartman. I'm not sure, is Heidi here? Okay. What? Oh, okay. And also the National Organization for Women's Foundation, and Terry O'Neill was here. I don't see her right now. But anyway, we all worked together, we all partnered together on putting together this particular report, which there are copies of out in the lobby, on whether, or rather regarding modernization of women's Social Security benefits. So, you know, earlier this morning, we heard from Dean Baker and Ross Eisenberry and Diane Oakley that employer-sponsored retirement benefits and retirement savings are inadequate for current retirees and are likely to get worse over time. As retirement benefits and savings decline, Social Security becomes more essential, and I think that's one of the central takeaways that you're going to get out of the conference today. That's why the consequence of cutting Social Security benefits, coupled with the near doubling of the senior population by 2030, would generate a tsunami of seniors living in poverty. And the leading edge of that tsunami would be women, and particularly women of color. That's because women live longer than men, which means they are more likely to outlive their retirement savings. In addition, women are less likely to receive pension income, and even if they do receive a pension, their pension income is less than what men receive. Finally, the need of women to leave jobs to provide care to family members and because of persistent gender wage discrimination leads to reduced Social Security benefits for women. So as a result, the National Committee, along with our coalition partners, put this study together, and we came up with a number of recommendations, which we can go to the next slide on. Oops. Okay. And I'm not going to go through all of them in a lot of depth in the interest of time, but I want to talk, at least highlight a few that we think are particularly important. So we made several recommendations. One of them is providing Social Security caregiver credits for people who leave the workforce to care for children up to age 6 and also to care for elderly parents. And especially, when you talk about today the sandwich generation who sometimes are doing both of those things. And this, of course, affects women's Social Security benefits because if they're out of the workforce during this time, it's not accumulating to their work history, which determines what their Social Security benefits would be. And so to address that, what we would suggest is that we would provide up to 5 years of the equivalent of credit, and that credit would be the equivalent of up to 50% of the average wage, which right now is about $22,000 a year. We would also improve survivor benefits to 75% of a couple's combined income. We'd provide equity to working widows, and the issue there is that currently survivor benefits are tied to the amount of the deceased, the amount the deceased spouse would have received if they were still alive, and consequently, if a spouse retires before normal retirement age, the surviving spouse inherits the deceased spouse early reduction benefit. So in other words, if your spouse retires at 62 and takes a fairly large reduction in their Social Security benefits, and they predecease their spouse, then their spouse's widow's benefits are reduced based on the decision of their deceased spouse to retire early and take a much lower benefit. So under our proposal, what we're suggesting is the surviving spouse's decision on when to retire would determine the amount of their benefit. We also support increasing the special minimum primary insurance amount, which currently provides a sub-poverty level. What we would suggest is that amount of the special minimum private insurance be increased to as much as 150% of poverty. We would strengthen the cost of living adjustment for Social Security by adopting the CPIE for the elderly. We would restore student benefits for children up to age 22. We would equalize rules for disabled widows so they can receive benefits at any age. Currently, widows must wait until age 50 to start receiving disability benefits. And we would also offer, and of course, this is the way has been paved largely by the Supreme Court's decision in the Windsor case, but we have supported offering equal benefits for same-sex married couples and partners. And in a post-Windsor world, we would want to include states that do not recognize, that we would want to ensure that same-sex married couples and partners are able to get their Social Security benefits, including in states that do not yet recognize same-sex marriages. We would increase the basic Social Security benefit by 5%, and we would improve benefits for disabled adult children. So, like a lot of my colleagues, the way we would pay for these things and also close the Social Security actual deficit, we would do that by scrapping the cap, by eliminating the cap on Social Security payroll taxes, and by slowly increasing the Social Security contribution rate. Thank you.
Now, to keep up with truth in advertising, there are box lunches over there if you want. We're going to stop this at about 25 past, and take a 5-minute break. But if you want to start eating now, it's not rude if you're hungry. Even if it is rude, feel free to do it. So at this point, we're going to take questions, although is Terry O'Neill still here? No. Okay. Jan, did you want to say anything about involvement in...
Well, yeah, I guess I feel, thank you. It's really important to stress that we do need to modernize Social Security. By the way, National Organization for Women Foundation is one of the authors of the report that Dan Adcock was talking about. The American public is so different from what it was when Social Security was first created, and even from 1983 when Social Security was last updated. Almost half of women are now in the paid workforce, and really their needs are quite different from what they were when they were at home, out of the paid workforce, and we really need to address that. We also have it's been mentioned, a lot of people retiring from the boomer generation. There are 77 million people who have begun to retire. That is an enormous population that we really need to recognize and make changes in the system as well. So I hope you can take this information, pick up the reports at the table, take those, discuss them with your bosses, just don't file them away, because we really need to change the conversation. It's been weighted far too heavily on the side of folks who want to cut benefits. And I have to add that it would be women who would be hurt the most by the changed CPI, because it accumulates over time like compounded interest, so that by the time you reach 85 or 90, and a lot of people are living to 90 and on up into the 90s. My dad lived to 98. That chain CPI benefit cut is going to eat up almost half of your income, so or half of your grocery basket, let's put it that way. And we have some great information in those reports, so please take those and keep in mind that this is a conversation we have to have, and we need to demand the members of Congress start that conversation and keep it an honest one.
Did IWPR want to respond, or just comfortable knowing that you're part of it? I was about to recognize someone else, but the Honorable Barbara Kennelly just came in, and Barbara has been fighting for this issue for many years. When we started worrying about the current attack beginning, going back to just after the Obama administration, just after the president won the office, it was Barbara who said all chairs have to be on deck in this battle, and had worked that way. I don't know, Barbara, do you want to say anything?
I love to be with Social Security people.
Okay, we love you. So, yes, Congressman.
Thank you. I stayed because I knew I'd learn more. Two thoughts and two questions. When Maya was talking about the demographics, it's instructive that we understand that the majority will become majority populations. So that made me think about who's designing and who's thinking about how to undermine all this stuff. And I'm not trying to say that, there's some racial stuff going on, but, that's something that we have to conclude. On the other side of the coin, there are populations in this country that may not be ethnic minority, but places like Appalachia, Middle America, where we have 3, 4, 5 generations of Caucasian families that are on welfare. Do we have statistics on that and give us information about what that population looks like and engage them in this argument? Because to have a comprehensive movement that counters the kind of things that I think we're feeling, I think that's a population that we need to engage. That's one question. Well, that's a comment. The second comment is, in order to use the kinds of monies that's accrued through Social Security, we have a trust fund that comes in on an annual basis. Isn't there a way where we could put a lockbox on the trust funds, keep the politicians' hands out of that box, use that to invest in the private sector, not privatize, but invest in the private sector through a body of representatives that have, well, I guess you call them, what do you call those folks that have skin in the game?
Trustees?
Trustees, but who are also
Fiduciary.
Yeah, those guys,
Yeah.
seniors, folks who represent the population. It's a model that Stirs and Purs has, and we were able to increase the trust fund on that and reach close to, total, almost fulfilling our liabilities. And, I know that it's not part of the budget, but they make it part of the budget by taking our money and giving us IOU. Isn't there a way to stop this so that we can use the money that we have to increase the funds?
Who would like to respond?
I'll take the first part of that. So, Congressman Honda, you're absolutely right. I think liberals, progressives tend to shy away from conversations about race and ethnicity because they think it's not nice. But we miss an entire story when we don't look at the very valid issue of race and ethnicity. And the reason why we point out race and ethnicity in terms of the changing demographics is because it represents real threats to real populations. And so when we're talking about generational retirement security, we have to understand who's going to be disproportionately affected by any proposed cuts. And so, yes, I have said before, and some people might consider me incendiary for saying it, and that is that this can also be interpreted through the lens of fiscal racism. If you look at who's talking about the cuts and which populations that it will fall on. Now, the issue of race and ethnicity when it comes to whites, and yes, that they are included in race and ethnicity, is very profound. Because when we're talking about life expectancy, you can look at it through the lens of class. And when people say, everybody's living longer, the fact of the matter is that they're only talking about the upper half of the income distribution. The lower half of the income distribution, their life expectancies are stagnating, and in some regards, even falling. So when you talk about the populations in Appalachian, other places, the science actually is showing that the population with the fastest dropping life expectancy is white women without a high school education. And they're living in pockets of poverty. They're living certainly in certain rural communities and others. But we also need to be concerned about low-income white populations, because when you're talking about life expectancy, it has direct relationship to Social Security recipiency. And those who live shorter life expectancies, their Social Security wealth gets transferred to those with higher life expectancies, and those tend to be higher income populations. So my whole point here is to say that it is not enough to do some backroom deal on cutting Social Security benefits. We actually have to take a very serious and weighted approach to look at who the cuts would impact, and understand it by demographics if we really want to do a good job for making sure that we have retirement security for everyone. That being said, it is not just an issue of race and ethnicity, it's also an issue of class, and I thank you for the comment. But I'm saying it's both, that it's both. That's right.
Would anyone else like to comment?
Yeah.
Eva?
I can comment a little bit about the lockbox part of the question. And while our proposal doesn't necessarily do anything to put Social Security in a lockbox, but it does allow for 40% of the trust fund to be invested in equities. So while 60% would still be within would be used for treasury, would be invested in treasury, U.S. Treasury bonds, 40% would go into equities. And according to a report by the Senate Committee on Aging, this would basically reduce 22% of the 75-year deficit in Social Security.
Zach?
One thing that we've talked a lot about is the sort of the internal mechanism of Social Security. I know this is a panel about solutions for addressing the trust fund, and I was glad to hear Eva talk about immigration reform, because there are two other things that haven't really been brought up, which is, one is that reducing unemployment in the present day is a very good solution to increasing the longevity of the Social Security Trust Fund. The other benefit that has is that as you get towards higher employment, we need to increase overall wages in the economy. As income inequality has grown and wages have stagnated for the vast majority of working people, it means that income coming into the trust fund is less than it has been projected in prior years by the actuaries. So one of the things that we also need to think about as far as a solution to Social Security is returning to full employment in an environment that results in higher wage growth for the vast majority of working Americans. It's something we don't have right now, but should be part of this conversation as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The best solution to financing many things. Yes?
Young with Port of Harlem magazine, and before I came and heard Dr. Rockaway, I thought that this is my statement and a question. And the statement is that I always wondered why these older white Republican men were so concerned about Social Security. But my question is that for Dr. Rockaway, but if the population, since the population of the United States is becoming less white, that means that you're going to have more non-white workers putting into Social Security. Wouldn't these younger white workers now be supporting older white people? Or how did that play? I don't.
Yes.
That's a question.
So, and this gets us into a conversation about why we need to be investing in education. Because I think that we've been having a conversation about public education that, okay, it's okay to have investment disparities where inner city kids who are disproportionately black and brown are underfunded and their educational outcomes are poor, partially as a result of that. And the fact of the matter is that we're all in this boat together. And you will need those children in the future to finance your Social Security benefits. And so it makes sense for us to invest in that education of those kids because we want them to be earning as much as they can. We want them to be as productive as they can be so that they can, contribute robustly to the Social Security trust funds in the future. We literally are all in this together, and our fates are linked. And so you bring up a very important question, and I hope that I answered it.
Dan, others? I guess I just add one thing. This debate is really about young people. It's about people of color. It's about young people in particular who have the most in this issue right now. They are the ones whose benefits are going to be cut in the name of preserving the future generations. So basically we have a bunch of plutocrats saying that it's good for you to cut your children's benefits and that'll save them. Fiddlesticks or some other term. Yes.
Yeah, hi, I just have one short comment. I have a special needs son, and when we're talking about the credits, it's sometimes the impact on families when there are children that don't outgrow their disability, but it's a profound disability. It can have a significant impact economically on the family. And so that's something which maybe could be included in the discussion because you end up with parents who either have to make a choice between caring for the child or working. And of course, employers don't particularly care for individuals who are not steady employees either. So, the third time you're called home for whatever reason to take care of the child or because a caregiver doesn't arrive. And it's kind of a double whammy because on the other side, the other cuts that are happening are on the DD waiver side, on the disability side for the children too. So once they qualify for that, it's a long wait list, about 5 or 10 years. But once they qualify, and then there are all kinds of problems there too. So I just wanted to bring that up as one of those other things to include in there because it impacts everyone across all spectrums.
Hugely important. A couple of the plans have benefit. There are almost 1 million adult disabled children disabled adult children who receive Social Security benefits. Sometimes the families are penalized when those people live outside the house. We sometimes cut the benefits for the households. So there are many things. I think a number of the proposals had something in it. It's terribly important that we respond to it.
Well, but it's also during the child's period that they're growing up that the parent, or if it's a single parent, can't work because there's no solution. You can't leave the child untended, so, or one or both. So the impact is there as well. It's not just on the adult disability children. I just wanted to put that in.
Good point. I think we have time. I think we need to cut time at this point. Those of us who haven't got our lunches, assuming there's a little left, we should go get them. And then the next panel will be coming very quickly on the retirement income crisis and Social Security. Basically, we've dealt with the problem. We have some ideas. Now, how do we get them into action? Thank you very much, everyone.
Stephanie?
So in keeping with the way we've been doing this conference, we're going to keep everything on the fly to try to stay on time. So the next panel can make their way up as I turn over moderator and question-taking duties to Neil Soroka from Democracy for America, who's going to handle it from here on out for the last panel.
Burbank? Great. So yeah, we'll wait a little bit, because I don't think... Yeah. So we'll start where we need to.
Just run it however
you want to do it at the start of it.
I think as you see the correct people making their way up.
Yeah, got it.
I think we're supposed to take a 5-minute break, but with Sanders, he's in here, and he had to move to 1:30.
Okay.
You guys know each other, right?
No, I didn't get John. Well, John
We just said you guys should know each other. Burbank is in the, I think, how long have we been doing this? Like 3.5 years or something? We've been fighting this stupid battle against cuts.
About
How are you doing?
Yeah, no. This latest one, this battle, the war has been daily. John
Good.
has been the one from word go saying that.
Good. Just takes time, right?
Just, I mean, really
Hear ya.
out front.
Oh, great.
Sure.
So
Happy to do it.
Thanks for this. I think we're going to...
I just got here. Yeah, we have a board committee meeting, so, and we were running late, but fortunately they moved me up, so, yeah. So I got that done. And if you're not going to run past 1:30, are you? Yeah, I've got to be there.
No, it's 1:30.
Because you have your other thing, right?
But if there's no Bernie Sanders
Yeah.
or Tom Harkin here, then
Yeah.
It's ready to go, right?
Gotcha.
When do you expect them to show up?
That's my only challenge.
Okay.
I don't want to miss anything that might result in my budget being affected.
Hi, Nancy. Neil Soroka.
Hi, nice to meet
Can you pronounce your last name?
Lamont.
Lamont. Okay, great.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to be having people roll in, Adam and Celinda.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so...
Right. So,
Yeah.
So you could.
If you run late, if you don't mind, I'll just excuse myself. Yeah.
I want to say hello. Meet you in person. I'm Alex Austin with Social Security Works.
Yes, nice to meet you.
Thank you for all the leadership on Chain CPI.
Sure.
You know,
Happy to do it. It seems like life work. It's never over.
I know. I'm really happy with this conference.
Has it gone well?
It has. There's a ton of staff here in the morning.
Good.
You know, we got some members coming at the press conference.
Yeah, that's what, at 1:30, right? Yeah.
This thing's
great.
genuinely. Yeah, she's right there.
Moderating.
She was right there.
Yeah. Excellent. Our Yeah.
Get out my other.
Celinda is presenting. Got it.
All right.
Is she? Oh.
Nancy, do you know Adam Green?
Hi, Adam. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nancy's with AARP.
Love the my parents are members.
Excellent. Excellent. Keep the members. We need all we can get.
That's true, especially for this fight.
We have a lot, but we cherish each one.
All right.
Place to stand in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, Liger's notes between.
What's that?
Neil
Yeah.
and Schumer.
Yeah, so I'm not worried about this. Okay.
You're going to have to battle. Neil, just call it when you want. There's 3 of you up here.
Who wants to go first?
Celinda? Is she here?
Celinda, yeah. Celinda's here.
Timing is a little fluid, but we're going to run into 1:30. Nancy needs to leave at 1:30. Bernie Sanders comes at 1:30. So I think
we must get really effective Bernie Sanders.
Be great for Celinda.
you're
Be
there?
great for Celinda.
Yep.
Yeah, good, because she does the overview.
Yep, so she is going.
Oh, excuse me, I didn't mean to almost hit you with my chair.
How do you pronounce your last name? Bader. Great. I'm just gonna. I've been choosing to moderate.
Okay. Welcome.
Yeah.
So do we just,
What's that?
just
I think so. Yeah.
Miss Parker in Houston, Kathy Taylor in Tulsa. Oh, I'm over there,
You're on
sorry.
that side. So as soon as she's ready, we'll.
Oh, that's fine.
We'll go.
Hello. Yes, Nancy. That's my team is presenting on TV.
Okay, we're going to start in about 2 minutes, once the presentation gets started.
Right. I'm happy to be here now, but I obviously was there and need to go back. So, how are you? Oh, we seem to be short chair. Yeah, we have to get a chair.
If anybody else got PowerPoint,
You need a chair.
I think a chair. I think that one. How are you doing? Good. Oh, thanks, Alex. I know you guys gotta be swamped. I heard you being attacked by the Tea Party. No one's doing more to, no one's doing more to increase the deficit than ARP. Really, compared to Halliburton?
Yeah, they're
really
out to get us. They've actually gotten a little smarter. They're doing more conservative stance.
Yeah.
They're doing a lot of it seemingly below theirs.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so we have to rev up and do that.
How you doing? How are you? Good. How are you? I'm really good. Do you know Nancy?
Go ahead. All right, hi. We're going to get started right about now. I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Neil Soroka. I'm the Communications Director at Democracy for America. Democracy for America, as you guys may know, has about 1 million members across the country. We are founded by Governor Howard Dean after his presidential election. And what I learned actually yesterday talking to Jim Dean, our chair, is that one of the very first campaigns that DFA launched after Governor Dean left and went to go to the DNC was the fight against George W. Bush's planned privatization of Social Security. So this is something, and the effort to strengthen Social Security and protect it from those who want to cut it has been something that's been in DFA's DNA from the very, very beginning. And it's one that we've been fighting on defense for a very, very long time. And what we've been excited about over the last 3, 4, 5 months is the growing momentum behind an effort to not just protect against cuts to these programs, but actually strengthen these programs by expanding Social Security. And it's something that we've been exceptionally proud of fighting for, standing up with organizations like the PCCC, Move On, other major progressive allies, a lot of them here. Just since August, getting over 600,000 individuals on board with, backing the Hark and Begich plans to expand these programs. So this is something that we are full bore in. We are looking forward to not just taking this message to individuals, but taking it to folks that are running for Congress and Senate and making clear that they know that the vast majority of Americans support not just reject cuts, but support expanding these programs, and that millions of progressives across the country are standing ready to fight for candidates who are standing up for the right thing. So that said, I think we want to turn it over and start off with Celinda Lake telling us a little bit about the fight.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And you will not recognize me because I don't have a PowerPoint. So you'll know that it's not the real Celinda Lake who's here. But in the interests of time, I am proud to announce, though, that we work with Senator Begich, and it is very exciting to have his leadership on this issue. In terms of just a couple of key points that I would make, and it's great to be talking with people and great to be up here with this panel of folks who are out in the real countryside, because conventional wisdom is 100% wrong, plus or minus 5% on Social Security. And I know many of us heard Nancy this morning on NPR setting the public straight early in the morning, which was good. But it is a relentless battle all day long. And I went to bed with an ad that said that AARP is the #1, Nancy and I were laughing, the #1 cause of the deficit, AARP's defense of Social Security, which I thought, boy, really, compared to the defense budget, compared to Halliburton, you're going to blame AARP? That's interesting. So I want to tell you what real people think. First of all, Social Security is one of the most popular programs out there. It is wildly popular with the public. White men who usually aren't that good about government, they usually think it's a good day when government doesn't do anything bad to them, love Social Security and don't want government to do anything to hurt their Social Security. Republicans, independents, and Democrats alike, all wildly in favor of Social Security. And even young people, and we were the ones who did some of the original research that showed that millennials were more likely to believe that in UFOs than believe that Social Security would be there when they retired, still like Social Security. And as they have spent more time in this economy, are more adamant about Social Security, both because they see the impact it has on their grandparents and their parents, and also they see how really difficult it is to put retirement away. People believe overwhelmingly that Social Security has been good for the country, not bad for the country. And we did some great work with Social Security Works, and the task was, how do we message successfully Social Security? And my number one answer, not facetiously, was keep out of the way. It's a core value. It's more popular than apple pie on the 4th of July. We got to make sure that our messaging doesn't diminish the strength for Social Security. My second point is people think Social Security is completely unrelated to the deficit. They believe overwhelmingly that it's a different pot of money and that it is a key way to keep this economy going and a key way to avoid the deficit if to the extent that the deficit is produced by people needing government services. So if you want to keep people out of government services, you support strong Social Security. People do think there should be some changes, but the kind of change matters. It used to be that Americans were all, yahoo, let's go change. And then now people say, well, there's good change and there's bad change. What change are you exactly talking about? The number one change that people want is to lift the cap. And when we first started going around with data on this, and it's true in every state we polled in North Dakota, we polled in Montana, we polled in every state, Alaska on this. People want to lift the cap. And Senate offices would say to us, well, gee, no one ever comes to us about lifting the cap. Well, no shit, Sherlock. No one knows there is a cap. Only 2% of women in America make over $106,000. So, of course, no one came to you and said there was a cap. This is the biggest loophole people didn't know about in their minds in the tax structure. People also, they are against raising the retirement age. And actually, here's the interesting news, and this is why I love polling. People would think the older you are, the more you're against raising the retirement age. No, not at all. The older you are, the more you're convinced. I mean, Nancy and I have already reserved slots at 7-Eleven together. We're going to be working until we're 85. The younger you are, the more you oppose raising the retirement age. Because as one very eloquent young African-American man said in our focus groups, you mean I'm going to have to work in this stinking economy longer? And another young woman said, if we don't get these older people out of these jobs, we'll never get permanent employment. So it's actually the younger you are, the more you oppose raising the retirement age. There is some support for means testing, but it depends on what means you were planning to test. So people think, are you kidding me? $60,000, $40,000? That's just barely, that's ridiculous. We thought you meant like $200,000 and you were going to start means testing. And finally, the CPI, and I know it may be controversial to talk about it here. People are completely opposed to the chain CPI. Real people think the market basket for seniors is more expensive than the market basket for ordinary people because they say, one, they have more health care and more food and more energy in their market basket, and those are all things that are highly inflationary. So, no, their market basket should have a higher CPI, not a lower CPI. So, hopefully I've laid the table here very briefly, suggesting that don't listen to anybody in the Beltway. Real people are wildly in favor of Social Security, wildly supportive of it, and this is a voting issue in 2014. We're going to have a record number of seniors out, and the senior vote is swinging now back and forth between the two parties. This is going to be a very key issue and a very key vote, and it's not, frankly, just for seniors. The last thing I will say to you, the people who are most worried about Social Security are not seniors who feel that they can outlive the changes. It's people 50 to 64, particularly women 50 to 64, who just rated what little savings they had to help their kids get through college or buy a house or make up for that job that somebody lost in the last 4 years. Thank you.
Thanks, Linda. Yeah, one of the things I like to say is that just about the only people that are actually in favor of cutting benefits to these critical programs are folks in the salons of Georgetown and Lincoln Square. So I think it's something that we got to think a lot more on. Nancy.
Thanks very much. I'm Nancy Lamont. I'm from AARP. I want to thank Social Security Works and others for inviting me to be here today. Like Celinda, I don't have a PowerPoint, though I used to always show up with a PowerPoint until, I don't know how many of you saw a New Yorker cartoon not long ago, but it conveyed to me that PowerPoints had really become so part of the fabric of society they were meaningless. The cartoon has a fellow dead on the ground and two policemen around him talking, and one says to the other, "It's a suicide." The other one says, "How do you know?" He says, "He left a PowerPoint." So replacing the note, I'm pleased to be here, and there's a certain irony to talking about this issue on a day when the COLA was announced at $19 a month, and I think it, on average, and I think it speaks to what Celinda said about how people feel about whether even the current COLA reflects the market basket, let alone the change CPI. I just wanted to make 5 very brief points, many of which are duplicative, so I'll try to be even briefer than I normally would. First, many of you know AARP last year launched a national campaign we called You've Earned a Say. It was based on a very simple premise, and that was, why don't we go out and talk to our members, listen to them, and engage them in a conversation about Medicare and Social Security? And we did that. We did it by phone, we did it by questionnaire, but most importantly, we did it in person. And I suppose it's our own version of focus groups. And we did manage to engage 6.5 million people this year and about 5 million last year. And the findings, I don't think, will surprise anybody in this room. We've heard loud and clear that our members understand Social Security's value and importance. They kind of look at the Beltway conversation as being an extreme missing of the point, but understand that it's important for them to express many of their views as they go forward. Strengthening Social Security is their priority, not cutting it. The overwhelming majority of our 38 million members see Social Security as fundamentally critical to their financial security. Even more important, they want it to be there for their kids and their grandkids. And remember, for the vast number of them, their kids are in their 40s or 50s. They're looking at what they know they have set aside, their kids, for their later years, and they're very worried about it. The majority of our members told us that they believe Social Security doesn't contribute to the deficit, and they agree with our position of many in this room, that lawmakers owe the American people a separate conversation about Social Security. This is how we've looked at the program in the past and how we need to look at it as we look at what it needs to be for future generations. Overwhelmingly, and this is also included in our polling, whether they're Democrats, Republicans, or independents, our members oppose cuts to their COLA, and especially as part of a deal to reduce the deficit. They now understand that change CPI is not a technical correction. Change CPI is something that affects their monthly income, and they absolutely get that. There was a period where perhaps they didn't, but now I think it's firmly planted in their heads, and I know we have tried to be a major catalyst for making that case. I guess the other point I wanted to reinforce that Celinda made is that voters of all ages reject cutting Social Security as part of the deficit deal. We've seen for years in our polling concerns on the part of younger Americans about whether Social Security will be there for them when they retire. No question there's anxiety. And by the way, this has existed for 30, 40 years. It's been very consistent. So this anxiety about whether this will be there when I need it has been long-term. But at the same time, overwhelmingly, our polls show that of all ages, there is support for Social Security, and there is no support for cutting it. And we think this is important, and again, we continue to see it. Social Security is also an issue that is so firmly rooted that it is fairly easy to galvanize our members and older Americans to act. I have to say, the term Groundhog Day is now so overused when it comes to the number of kind of potential closings or deficit problems. And so we have been engaged, certainly for the last 2 years, in very active efforts to galvanize our members, have them make phone calls, have them meet in person with members of Congress. And frankly, I've been very worried that we were going to have show-up fatigue. And that hasn't been the case. Just in the last 2 months, we've delivered over 2 million petitions, largely to the Ways and Means Committee, which was our focus. And I think it speaks not to our extraordinary skill as grassroots people, though I'd like to think some of it was that, but I think it really speaks to how visceral and how important this issue is to people. They will suit up to send a note, they will make a phone call over and over and over again. We've done, just as many of you know, events in all of the states, mostly on the ground because we feel it's important to have an emotional connection. We've used all the social media tools. We've engaged by phone, which has been the single most effective vehicle, interestingly, for talking to people about these issues. And we look forward to keeping up the dialogue as we move forward. Finally, and again, it's to mention again a point Celinda made, I do want to emphasize, because I hear all the time that the senior vote is with one party or the other, and that's absolutely not the case. The senior vote is up for grabs. And if you look, we can go into more detail later if you wish, if you look at the recent elections, 50-plus voters had the highest turnout rate of any age group, nearly half of the electorate in 2012. Although 50-plus voters favored Mitt Romney over President Obama nationally by 6 points, it doesn't tell the whole story. Women ages 50 to 64 actually went for the president by 1 point, while the president lost women over the age of 65 by just 3 points, a very different margin than men. And in key Senate races, most of the winning Democratic candidates took both the 65-plus and the 50 to 64 vote. So the picture is mixed. You wouldn't know it if you listen to some of what you hear around town. And I think this is awfully important. It's going to mean that issues that matter to people over the age of 50 are going to be front and center as we move into 2014 and again in 2016. Thank you all for being here and taking time, and most of all for what you're doing in your day jobs to help.
Indeed. Thanks, Nancy. And Adam Green from the PCCC.
Stand up just so I can see everybody. Before I begin, I just want to know who I'm talking to. How many people here are congressional staffers? Okay, I got a couple. How many people here work for advocacy groups? All right. How many people here are really well-heeled corporate lobbyists? Anybody? Okay. I guess they're all watching on the live stream from salons in Georgetown. So my name's Adam Green. I'm co-founder of the Progressive Change Campaign Committee. Just so you know what that is, we're a national grassroots organization with nearly 1 million members, thousands of people in every congressional district, moms, dads, doctors, lawyers, veterans, small business owners, artists, musicians, the whole gamut. Regular people who want to be participatory in their democracy, but who live regular, everyday lives. And our challenge is to mobilize these people, both on the issue, advocacy front, and the electoral front, to support issues like protecting and expanding Social Security. In the last couple months, we've been working with our friends at Social Security Works and Move On and Democracy for America, Credo, National Organization for Women, the AFL-CIO, and many, many others. Rallying behind the bills by Senator Tom Harkin from the rural state of Iowa and Senator Mark Begich from the red state of Alaska to expand Social Security benefits. I think Democrats proved this past month that when they stand on principle, when they go on offense, they can actually win. It's just a matter of having backbone. And the table was not set for a conversation about cutting Medicare benefits until Paul Ryan put it on the agenda. Well, now we're asking our friends on our side to put on the agenda something on offense, expand the debate by actually embracing things like expansion of Social Security, and it's great that we have people like Senators Begich and Harkin doing that. So our job is less to be kind of in the policy wonkery world and more to figure out, after all the smart people figure out the policy, how can we galvanize regular people around that? So what have we been doing? One, we've been holding local events across the country, generating tons of earned media about a Social Security expansion message, trying to get it firmly on the radar as part of the media conversation. Two, we've been working with our friends at Democracy for America and Move On and others on polling. Social Security Works, Credo, on polling that, as Celinda indicated, shows that this is very popular. And just to give you a couple specifics, we wanted to test red states, purple states, and blue states. And in the red states of Kentucky, the purple state of Iowa, and the blue state of California, expanding Social Security benefits is popular by over 2 to 1. In the red state of Texas, the purple state of Colorado, and the blue state of Hawaii, expanding Social Security benefits is popular by over 3-1. In the red state of Texas, the White House plan to do chain CPI and cut Social Security benefits is popular by no more than 15% in any of these states. So the wind is at our back if we choose to put up the sail, right? So, all that polling is in the handout that some of you probably got, and it's also at 2014polling.com, where we have it all stored. Today we're announcing something pretty exciting. We announced it to our nation of activists this morning, and we're announcing it here for the first time in public, which is an open letter signed by nearly 24 groups, including National Organization of Women, AFL-CIO, Move On, Democracy for America, PCCC, Russ Feingold's group, and many others. And what it basically says to members of Congress is, in this upcoming round of negotiations, we cannot have a grand bargain on the table. Because we need to expand benefits, it is logically absurd to agree to a grand bargain that cuts benefits. And therefore, we are all calling collectively on Democrats to have a backbone on this issue and say no grand bargain. And in things that are not budget negotiations, since Social Security is not part of the regular budget, we should be having a robust conversation about how to expand benefits. Again, this is us going on offense. So we're announcing that today. Tomorrow we'll be announcing how many everyday people across the country have signed on as citizen signers of this letter. In the couple weeks to come, we'll be doing local events across the country asking members of Congress to endorse and sign this letter, to publicly get on the record, if they're not already, as part of the Harkin and Begich bills in the Senate, or the Deutsch bill and the Sanchez bill in the House, to publicly get on the record conceptually behind the idea of expanding Social Security benefit. This is where we find our true friends. Our goal is to have critical mass behind this expansion message by the end of the year. We want lots and lots of co-sponsors, lots and lots of members who are publicly on the record. And we want to go into 2014 with expanding Social Security benefits firmly a part of the political conversation, so that when groups like ours, who work very hand in hand with candidates, do so, we can say to them, with no doubt, this is a credible idea in Washington. You should pull it in your district. You should run millions of dollars in TV ads about expanding Social Security benefits, and you should do it with confidence, because it's a winning message, even in Texas and Kentucky. And in 2014, that's our goal, to have lots and lots of candidates across the country actively talking to voters, spending millions of dollars in campaign money and campaign time talking to voters, educating them about this expansion message. And if we do that, we'll be very successful. So for the folks in this room, many of whom are from advocacy organizations, if you don't already know her, I do want to make sure you know Kimberly Fountain from our team. Raise your hand, Kimberly. She's our Social Security point person. If you're not already on our letter, we're happy to have you on it. And we're actively looking to work with as many groups as possible to make this strategy as effective as possible, as we firmly make the case to politicians and get this as part of the media conversation. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. And now we're going to go to Allegra.
I was so excited to talk about expanding Social Security benefits. I just couldn't wait. So my name is Allegra Bader. I'm from the Center for Community Change, and I'm here to talk about the work of the Center for Community Change to protect and expand Social Security, and also the Campaign for Community Change, which is the center's advocacy arm. So the Center for Community Change works with grassroots community organizing groups around the country to achieve policy change. And when we think about the title of this panel, which is how do we translate popular will into action, our answer would be organizing, organizing, and more organizing. And I'm proud to be in this room with so many people who are organizing to protect and to strengthen Social Security. So we are running a grassroots campaign. We're working in 15 different states with community organizing groups who have been fighting to protect Social Security at the grassroots level. But the groups that we're working with have also been fighting to expand Social Security. And that's something that my organization is really committed to. And we've heard about the polls and the research showing tremendous support of the American people for expanding benefits. And that's something that the community organizing groups that we work with have found as they organize in their communities, that talking about expanding benefits not just resonates with people, it actually helps attract people into this movement. So we feel like going on the offensive, talking about how we make our Social Security system work better for everyone, ultimately helps us to protect Social Security and also helps us to continue to build a movement. So our groups engage in direct actions. They contact the media. They do public education in their home communities. They've had hundreds of events calling both to strengthen and to protect Social Security with thousands of people in attendance. And a key element of our theory of change is that in order to really make a dent in this conversation, we need to continually lift up the voices of real people who, sadly here in Washington, D.C., often get so lost in the current political debate. And in order to do that, one of the new things that we are engaging in is we call it our Grassroots Ambassadors program, and it's really an intensive training program for real people out across America who want to get engaged and to talk about what Social Security means to them. And earlier on today, we've talked about how do we get through and get through to people and in the midst of all of this misinformation that the media is perpetuating and the opponents of Social Security are perpetuating. And we really believe that one of the key ways to do that is by engaging real people, to talk to their friends, to talk to their neighbors, and to talk to their local media outlets about how important Social Security is and actually how we need to expand benefits. And to that end, the Center for Community Change today is releasing a new white paper along with the Older Women's Economic Security Task Force. I want to thank IWPR, who is in the room today, is doing a lot of writing on this report, the National Organization for Women, also big contributions to this report. And in our report, we're lifting up several policy proposals that have already been outlined in the earlier panel. We're calling for a caregiver credit. So workers who have to take time out of the workforce to care for a loved one are not penalized in their retirement. We're calling to increase benefits for long-term, low-wage workers so they don't have to live in poverty when they retire. We're calling to reinstate student benefits for vulnerable students to make sure that they can complete their education. We're calling for same-sex benefits for parity for same-sex couples in our Social Security system. And finally, we're calling for to increase benefits across the board and to make sure that we have a COLA that actually reflects the real cost of living for seniors, so switching to the CPIE. And that's just an overview of our policy agenda. You can find our report here, both available on the Center for Community Change's website and IWPR's website and others. But I want to highlight something else about the report and something that's really been critical to CCC, and that is that we need to talk about real people and lift up their voices and their stories. And in our report, for every policy change we're proposing, we're actually highlighting a real individual and their Social Security story. And in that vein, I'm sorry that I actually am not here today with one of our leaders who is featured in the report, because I think it would certainly add a lot to what I have to say and add a lot to our panel. But I did want to just share her story. And so I'm going to talk about Sarah Moore. She's 80 years old. She worked for 30 years, starting in her teens. She did 10 years of unpaid caregiving. And in her retirement now, she's really solely reliant on Social Security, and her benefits are below poverty wages, below the poverty level. So that's, in my opinion, really shameful. And we should be thinking about how we can make our Social Security benefit, our Social Security system work better for people like Sarah. And I just wanted to end with one of the things that Sarah actually shared with me when I was lucky enough to be able to interview her for this report. And at the end of this conversation, where she told me that she can't afford to buy fresh fruit, which she loves, she doesn't buy meat, she relies on food pantries to get by every month. She said, "God has blessed me." And I was on the phone thinking, I'm just hearing about this woman who lives alone, on the, sort of very much on the margins, and saying, God has blessed me. And she said, I'm so fortunate compared to the people I know. So I think that we need to think about the real life stories of people who are struggling every day to get by, and we need to break through what's happening here in DC because it's so horribly disconnected from that. Thank you.
I think that's exactly right. You know, one thing that I've seen is one of the great parts about being involved in this fight is how often we have access to people with amazing stories about what Social Security has done for them, and we can only imagine how much better those stories would be as we push forward for this fight to expand benefits. John.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is John Burbank. I'm from the West Coast, from Seattle, Washington. I want to first of all start by just thanking Nancy and Eric. Eric, you're here somewhere, for actually helping to organize this conference and taking the lead in terms of realizing that we need to change the conversation on Social Security from defense to offense. Nancy and Eric are sort of like the high priestess and priest of Social Security, so we really appreciate this. So the Economic Opportunity Institute is a think tank for the middle class. We work on issues of economic opportunity and educational opportunity for middle class and low-income people, and obviously Social Security is at the heart of that work. And we've been working on Social Security for approximately 15 years. We've always been pushing an agenda that we think we need to be talking about increasing benefits rather than just playing defense. And I think we're actually beginning to turn a corner. So persistence sort of pays off. I wanted to, because mainly I think that the best defense is an offense. And so if we're only defending and not saying, look, we need to go ahead and start to talk about enhancing benefits, particularly with the context of the current private so-called retirement security system, then we're missing the boat. We need to be talking about offense and enhancing benefits every day. I want to ask a question. So how many people in the room here are from the District of Columbia or Virginia or Maryland? Raise your hands. Yeah, okay, that's sort of what I have suspected. So the reason I want to ask that is that, you know, Adam brought up that they would like to see candidates talking to voters about enhancing benefits. What I want to see is voters talking to candidates about enhancing benefits. And the question is, where does power reside? So the power in the Beltway does not reside with enhancing benefits. The power resides with Wall Street and sort of the grand bargain type folks. But when you get to the states, that's where the power to turn around this conversation resides. And that's why I think that we need to think about actually moving a lot of resources into the states so that we can move that conversation and frankly, make congresspeople and senators respond, not necessarily with their good hearts, but with fear for their own reelection. So this is, there we go. Okay, so, and the reason I say this is just a discussion about who controls the narrative outside the Beltway, and this is the percent of population that get Social Security benefits in our state by congressional district. So as you can see, in the 6th congressional district, actually Derek Kilmer's district, he's a Democrat, 22% of the total population gets Social Security benefits. And if you're in the 3rd district, that's a Republican in that district, 21% of the total population gets Social Security benefits. Now, you think about that. These people they are not hermits. They have families, they have friends. So when you think about cutting Social Security benefits or increasing Social Security benefits, that wave, that discussion, that conversation carries a long way, both in terms of discussion and in terms of voting. This is why we really need to focus on bringing the narrative outside the Beltway into the states so that our legislators are in that way sort of held accountable. So how do we do this? Well, in our state, we built a statewide coalition. So one day, about 5 or 6 years ago, we brought together some people from various organizations, and we sat around a table and we said, geez, we really need, it's really important that Social Security exists nationally, but we really need an organization at the state level that can amplify the voice and hold our legislators accountable when they're in our state. So we put together this coalition. I remember we were sitting around and people were saying, well, what are we going to name this coalition? I said, well, I have a good idea. How about Social Security Works Washington? So that's what it is. It's Social Security Works Washington. You can see, I'm not going to go through all the organizations. There's about 60 different organizations. And it is active and it is vital for moving the conversation forward. When you look at these principles, now you're probably familiar with some of these principles. You can't read it, but basically, Social Security financing is sound. Oh, what a concept. Social Security has stood the test of time, that it's an insurance policy, and it should not be means tested, and there's a number of other principles. But you would say, well, how did you get these principles? Well, we actually talked about them in a conversation around a table with about 20 people. Not 20 policy experts, but 20 people thinking about what are the principles that we believe in which are for Social Security. And that's what we came up with. So we put together the coalition, we put together the principles, and then we put together the pledge. So this is a pledge where we basically say it's a pledge that, yes, I'm committing to protecting and enhancing Social Security benefits. We took this around to Congress people and senators and candidates, and we got some of them to sign on. Some of them actually said, well, I don't want to sign a pledge, but I'll write a letter. So we got a letter from Senator Murray, a letter from Senator Cantwell, and then we said, well, look, why are we just limiting ourselves to a pledge by politicians? Why don't we make those pledges ourselves? So we did pledges. We did our personal pledges. We did our organizational pledges. We went to like the Democratic Party organizations and had them pass pledges. And in that way, we built up the idea that this is a movement, and this is a principle, and this is a pledge, and we're going to protect Social Security. So on the other hand, sometimes you just have to go on the offense in terms of defense. So when President Obama came out with this idea for a chain CPI, we thought, well, we need to put together a PowerPoint that really sort of shows what this means. And so this is a good bipartisan effort, right? I mean, we have to go up against both Republicans and Democrats. In this case, the president of our country. So this is just a short version of the PowerPoint, but we took the material or the data that NACI has generated in terms of focus groups and polling, showed that chain CPI was very unpopular. People are much more interested in actually increasing benefits. And then we showed briefly how much this would cost for a person who has a long life, like my father, who's now 94 and a half, basically a $28,000 loss of cumulative income. So that had an impact, not just on our constituents and the people that we work with, our activists, but also on the discussion from senators and congressional people in our state. And as you can see, it sort of wound its way into the congressional campaigns. This is Suzanne DelBene. She was running for an open seat. This is from her campaign website. I'm really glad she put this on her campaign website because then when it came time for opposing Social Security, the chained CPI, we could refer her to her own words, right? That's important, to refer politicians to their own words. And when we talk about enhancing benefits, we can refer her to her own words, and that's what we do over and over again. So we have, we develop events. We've had Nancy Altman come out and speak to a crowd of about 300 or 400 people in Everett, and that had a big effect on Rick Larson, who then has become a really good advocate for Social Security. Terry O'Neill has come out and spoken, Dean Baker has come out and spoken, and we organize these community events when people when people come out. And that has an effect in terms of boosting the argument, in sort of generating the media, and also moving the conversation forward in terms of how we should be building Social Security. We like to use both emotion and humor. So my colleague, Marilyn Watkins, she's our policy director. Her husband actually died when her kids were young. And we had an event for the Social Security birthday party. This is a couple of years ago. So we had Senator Murray there, and we had about 300 people there. And Marilyn just told her story. That is, when the thing that I never thought could happen to me did happen, Social Security was there, we were able to keep our house, and the tragedy of my husband's death was not compounded by a period of instability where my sons would have to suffer even more. Basically, she said, Social Security had our back. And it was an incredibly sort of emotional moment that Senator Murray was there to be part of. It's very important. But the other thing that is important is that we believe we need to use humor. And so this is, you probably heard about this, Just Scrap the Cap video. We developed this about a year and a half ago. It had about 100,000 hits. It got much more in terms of recognition than any policy brief that we put out. But it certainly, it attracted a lot of attention to sort of hit at the right time and with the right thing. And I should say before we show it that Pete Peterson, our good friend Pete Peterson, had a little contest earlier this year about videos about Social Security. So we submitted our video.
That's great.
And it was one of those contests where you can vote every day. So of course so many of you were voting every day for this video, and we won. So that's good. And we got a $500 check from Pete Peterson, so what the heck? So
That is great.
So why don't you show this video and then talk a bit more.
That is too cool.
Old school in the house. Give it up for the geezers. Had a golden years, all planned out. Small pension, golf cart, and a Florida house. But Congress put a hit on Social Security, mugged us of our dignity despite our maturity. Tax we paid, every check we earned. Time to collect, we the ones getting burned. There's nothing we can do if we can't get paid, except eat cat food and drink Gatorade. Listen up, cuz, while we drop some knowledge. We raised a little boy, put him through college. Only safety net is our next of kin. Look out, son, cuz we're moving in. We're moving in. We're moving in. Pull out the couch, cuz we're moving in. No arguing. No arguing. Pull out the couch, cuz we're moving in. Things final twist, check my orthopedic kicks, cuz I stoop farther south than the St. Lunatics. I'm still getting play, and it's all thanks to Pfizer, keeping me stiffer than my Yankees cap visor. My station wagon windows are dark with tint. I subscribe to Vibe, and I get the large print. They call me Martini, got substance abuse, cuz I'm always playing gin and sipping on juice. Our son wants to know if we can pay the rent. But without benefits, we ain't got 50 cents. We don't pack a nine, we're just strapped for funds, but we're still game killers for our bachelor son. You're out of town. Social Security payments are far from erratic. It's broken, failing. Don't believe that static. This crisis is a fiction. There would be no debate if we all pitched in at the same tax rate. There's a cap on how much millionaires pay, even though we all work like every single day. These are the facts, but they're proven thin. So pull out the couch, cause we're moving in. We're moving in. We're moving in. Pull out the couch, cause we're moving in. No arguing. No arguing. Pull out the couch, cause we're moving in. All right now, young'uns, you're our last resort. Cause sooner or later, we'll be needing support. If you don't want roommates, just learn this rap. Only one line shouts, scrap the cap, scrap the cap, scrap the cap. Throw your hands up, just scrap the cap, scrap the cap, scrap the cap. Throw your hands up, just scrap the cap.
All right.
That's awesome.
So our rap singers there was a retired machinist, actually a union rep from the machinists, and a retired state employees from the University of Washington. And this has been, as you can see, it's entertaining, it's humorful, it gets the point across, and people know what scrap the cap means after they've seen it. Right now we're working on another video. It's a country western video called Work Till I Die. So you can look forward to that if we get the funding to make that happen. But the last thing I want to say is, you know, we've had a lot of talk today about sort of so many policy things, so many policy details, so that it sort of like makes your head spin. There's a lot of different iterations, all in fact geared towards enhancing benefits. One of the ways that we try to sort of bring this down to folks is to say, okay, well, what does this mean? So for example, here's a little graph that we have, and see bar graph, 35, 32, 30. 35 is the number of years currently that are counted when you estimate people's Social Security benefits. 32 is the number of years that women on average work, and so that means they get 3 zeros. And 30 is our proposal, is that we just count the first 30 years. People see this graph and they sort of say, oh, that makes sense. And then we have another proposal for just increasing the benefit of up to 100% up to the first bend point. Now, that's pretty complicated, but if you show people this graph for a low-earning wage earner, it means an 11% increase. For a medium wage earner, it's a 4% increase, and for the top, it's a 3% increase. People can see this, and they can understand that. So we're looking forward to trying to figure out how we can move both incrementally and systemically forward with Social Security. My belief is that we can actually sort of bite this off one thing at a time, whether it's going to something like restoring the survivor benefits for students from age 18 to age 22 as it was before, or the CPIE, which our Senator Cantwell actually introduced back in 2007. There's a number of things that we can do, and we want to sort of inspire other states to begin to build coalitions, sort of organic coalitions like that kind of have a really positive effect on both the national discussion and indeed building a movement for Social Security. So thank you very much.
So we have a press conference coming up at about 1:30, but we have some time for questions. So if folks have questions, please raise your hand and we'll get a microphone to you. Anybody? About, just how organizations like, Democracy for America, the Progressive Change Campaign Committee, and a bunch of other, how we're taking action on this expansion fight.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
That's about Adam Green in particular. When I was listening to your conversation, what kept coming to my mind was these graphs or discussions that we hear on TV about what percentage the entitlement programs will make up of the federal budget. But then at the same time, you keep getting these numbers about graphs and numbers, et cetera, about the percentage of the entitlement takes up of the federal budget. Entitlements take up the federal budget. And so my question to you is, what's the disconnect between what you're saying, that the budget is not being driven by Social Security and other entitlements, and that they're saying that it is? Or that it's somehow getting larger and then you have no money for discretionary things?
Great. So let me give you the basic answer, and then I'll yield to the real experts for the in-the-weeds policy answer. So I think what Celinda said before pretty much bears at this, that people are unaware of the cap on Social Security. The one fact to just know is that if we scrap the cap, we would be able to fund the proposals on the table to expand Social Security benefits and still have trillions of dollars left over coming in to increase Social Security solvency beyond that, beyond the current $2 trillion surplus. So that's the key fact to know. I think when people learn that fact, automatically they're like, okay, this goes from a nice idea that seems a little bit beyond the current discussion to a completely feasible, realistic idea. So that's the one number thing that I would put out there as a top line message. the second thing to know is just that, just technically speaking, legally speaking, Social Security is not part of the federal budget. So any discussion about deficits should never, ever involve Social Security. And any attempt to put that on the table is simply right-wing ideologues who have a different reason for wanting to cut Social Security and have a vested interest in conflating the two. One level beyond that, I will yield to the policy experts. Speak to answer. Yeah. All right.
Other questions? Melissa.
Hey, so I have a question in terms of the relationship looking at Social Security going forward and the impact of student debt on people's ability to save for retirement. So if anybody wants to comment on what's going to happen in 20 years as people are still paying back loans, hitting retirement, and having their kids' college to pay for. So maybe John or Nancy would want to take this?
Yeah, I can take that because that's sort of a softball question in some ways. So you may have heard something called Pay It Forward, which is the development a policy that we're developing at the Economic Opportunity Institute. So basically, if you're going to a public university or community college, you don't pay tuition. And after you graduate, after a 2.5-year grace period, then you begin to pay a certain predetermined % of your income for a predetermined number of years. It'd probably be about 1.3% for community college for 15 or 20 years, and about 3.5% for research university for the same amount of time. It's not a debt obligation. Guess what? It's social insurance. Right? It's sort of like Social Security upside down. So you get like Social Security, you pay in through the FICA tax, and then you get your benefit. In this case, you get your benefit, and then you contribute for a set period of time at a set % of your income. And that money doesn't go into paying off the cost of your tuition, your education. It goes to a public higher education trust fund, which then funds the next generational cohort of students in the same manner, so they can have free tuition and then are incorporated into the Pay It Forward program. That's an idea that's actually gotten some legislative interest in about 5 or 6, 7 states now, and I think it's in some ways a long-term solution to getting away from student debt. Our hope is that we can. If this is successful, then we can figure out mechanisms for people to essentially hand in their student debt and then participate in the Pay It Forward program.
And I'll just add, Democracy for America, one of the campaigns we worked on right before, launching this expansion effort was on student debt and the student debt crisis going on in these countries. And I think you're exactly right. These two issues are directly related, in part because the kids right now that are struggling with paying for the schooling that they've received are also seeing their parents struggling with facing retirement and what that's going to look like. And what we're seeing is the student debt crisis is kind of coinciding directly with the retirement security crisis. And that's why I think we're going to have a tremendous opportunity to push forward on this issue of expansion, because young people, people that are middle-aged, and those who are already retired all know why we need to expand this critical program, and why it's something that's not just generationally divisive. Any other questions?
Yeah, I recall, and it doesn't seem like it's very long ago, that Social Security was the third rail of American politics. And yet here we are today with a Democratic president who is leading the charge to slice my benefits, my Social Security benefits, perhaps also Medicare, Medicaid, and other so-called entitlements. I paid into Social Security my whole life. The speakers here have said this is the most popular program. 70, 80% of Americans are in favor of making this program stronger, not decimating it. And we have plenty of evidence. Allegra, thank you for your impassioned words. We have plenty of evidence that the poorest of the poor, the most vulnerable in our society, need this even more. They need more of it, not less of it. So a naive question, perhaps, for all the people here. I'm not a Beltway person. I'm a suburban Maryland person. Why is the president doing what he's doing? And how can we move the White House agenda to our point of view as opposed to the prevailing winds that exist now in the White House?
Yeah, given that we just got through one of the most expensive elections in history, I think that's the billion-dollar question. Celinda or anyone else want to answer that question?
Well, I think that part of the origin of this is in politics. What a surprise. And I think there are two things that are important to remember. One thing that's important to remember is that his entire political career, Barack Obama has never won the senior vote. So if you never won the senior vote, maybe you don't like seniors that well, I don't know. Or you don't think of it as the third rail. I mean, he lost them in the primary for his U.S. Senate race. He's lost them in both of his presidential races. He lost them against Hillary and that. So, you know, I'm not saying that that's a conscious decision, but that has to be in the back of his mind. The second thing I would say is I think very mistakenly, he thinks this is good generational politics. He is very geared toward young people, and he believes that, you know, I don't know what he believes, but he articulates the view that, you know, young people won't have it, they'll be paying into it, et cetera, et cetera. It's a very, very mistaken view of young people's approach to Social Security. And I think that's one of the things that we need to organize. It's one of the things why I'm excited about things like Adam Green program, because Adam taps into the very same constituency of young people and can demonstrate that that is just not true. So those are two things. I think he believes this is good policy. It's terrible policy, and I also think it's rooted in a flawed analysis of politics.
Can I add to that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Legaric. Yeah.
I actually have heard, I think Alex Lawson talks about this in a very compelling way, to say that people really love Social Security, so when those who want to cut Social Security go after it, they don't criticize the program, they get people to question whether or not it will be there, right? Which is what's happening with young people. So Linda said that she's finding that. And I think that that is a very powerful tool. If we think that we're just going to have, if our options are a little piece of cake or no piece of cake, we're going to take a little piece of cake every time. And I think that there are really well-funded interests who are perpetuating these myths, and so we need to really expose the people who are behind that. One of the things that I didn't mention is our organization has worked on trying to expose who is behind Fix the Debt, who is also perpetuating these myths, and what are the sort of self-interest behind undermining confidence in Social Security.
All right, we're going to go right quick to Adam, and then we'll have our press conference.
Great. So on the third rail question, what many people forget is that in 2010, when Democrats lost the House, one of the main message objects that Republicans focused on was that Democrats voted to cut Medicare, right? It wasn't, they actually didn't vote to cut benefits, but they were able to use that against Democrats. If Democrats followed some kind of grand bargain, like the White House is proposing, they would be lining themselves up for political disaster in the following election. It still is the third rail. You would have the ironic situation where most Republicans wouldn't vote for any grand bargain structured by Obama. Most Democrats would vote for it, and most Republican challengers would run ads against the Democrats for not being pro-Social Security enough. So I think it still is the third rail. You know, I think that there's a lot of people in the White House that believe in compromise for its own sake and don't pose the question, is this a good compromise or a bad compromise? And what we've seen in the last couple of weeks is that when Democrats actually stand up with backbone and fight, they're capable of winning. So I think what we need right now is to send a signal to the White House that we're not living in the aftermath of the 2010 election, where they need to struggle to give stuff to the Tea Party. Instead, they have proven the model of when you stand up, you can win, and through our polling, through our working with heroes, some of whom are about to speak, we can prove the concept to them and hopefully get them to switch their tune away from any compromise and towards a good compromise that actually represents the will of the people.
Great. All right, well, thank you so much, and now we're going to turn it over.
Good afternoon. My name is Don Owens. I'm the Communications Director at Social Security Works. We're going to pause real quickly after all the great commentary this morning and have a very quick press conference. We're going to hear from a couple of senators and some House members. I'm going to introduce the two senators, and then we're going to have the House members, because they expect a vote on the House side to be coming up in succession. So our first speaker, we talk about fighting the good fight. This senator is literally and figuratively fighting that good fight as one of the budget appointees to the post-government shutdown. Please give a warm round of applause to the independent senator from Vermont, Senator Bernie Sanders.
Let me thank all of you who have been working so hard to expose a lot of the lies that we have seen in recent years about Social Security, but most importantly, who are making the point that when the middle class of this country is disappearing, when senior poverty is getting higher and higher, the point that you and I and Senator Harkin and Rosa DeLauro and others have been making is that we are not going to balance the budget on the backs of the elderly, the children, working families, the sick, and the poor. We're not going to do that. What we understand is that when we are seeing in this country massive amounts of income and wealth inequality, such that almost all new income is going to the top 1%, and when we are living at a time when corporate profits are soaring and 1 out of 4 major corporations pays nothing in federal taxes, that within that reality, we are not going to tell somebody trying to survive on $15,000 a year on Social Security that we're going to cut her benefits and we're going to give more tax breaks to billionaires and large corporations. That is absolutely wrong. In fact, and I know that's the point Senator Harkin is going to make in a moment, when people talk about the chain CPI, a concoction that came from the Koch brothers and Pete Peterson and other billionaires, and they are arguing that the COLAs that seniors get are too generous. Honest to God, when I say this in Vermont, people start laughing. That's what they do. And I say there are some people in Washington who think the COLAs that you have gotten in recent years are too generous, and people break out in laughter. And right now, as all of you know, I think there was just an announcement today that the COLA this year is 1.5%. That is clearly much, much too generous. Now, what all of us understand, that yeah, we do have to take a hard look at how we determine what COLAs are, but not do it the way that the billionaires want us to do by cutting back on Social Security benefits. The way we are going to do it is to segregate the purchases that seniors make from the general population, because they are very different. The truth is, if you're a 20-year-old young person and you're out buying a computer today, the likelihood is that computer is less expensive today than it was last year. That's true. Most 80-year-old seniors who are struggling to pay their bills are not buying computers. What are they buying? They're buying medicine. They're buying health care. If they live in Vermont, they're going to have to heat their homes. And probably they're buying food, I suspect. If you look at what the purchasing needs are of seniors, for a variety of reasons, they are higher than the general inflation rate. So what we should be moving toward, and Senator Harkin and I and Rosa are going to work on this issue, is in fact creating a new formulation, not which cuts Social Security, but one which provides more benefits to seniors. Second point that I want to make is we have heard a lot of distortions and dishonesty about whether Social Security is going broke. I hear that on TV every night. I hear these great pundits. We all know that Social Security is going broke. I don't know that Social Security is going broke. The Social Security Administration doesn't know that Social Security is going broke. What they tell us is there's a $2.8 trillion surplus, can pay out every benefit owed to every eligible American for the next 20 years. Now, we want to make it longer than that. We want to make Social Security solvent for 50 years, 75 years. How do you do that? I think we all know the simple, straightforward answer. And we could disagree around the edges on that one, but one of the things that you do is you say that somebody who's making $1 million a year should be contributing more into the Social Security Trust Fund than somebody who's making $113,000. Lift the cap. And I'll tell you who campaigned on this. He probably forgot about this, but there's a fellow named Barack Obama who, when he ran for president in 2008, said, lift the cap. You don't have to start at 113 or whatever it was then. Start at 250,000. Social Security will be strong for the next 50 years. He was right then. He is wrong now. We have got to lift the cap. The other point that I wanted to make, and I speak now as chairman of the Veterans Committee, and I'm going to have to run off to preside over a hearing on the Veterans Committee in a moment, is when we talk about this so-called change CPI, all of you understand this is not some kind of little tweak. It may be a tweak for Pete Peterson and other billionaires. But if you are a senior in this country struggling to keep your head above water economically, what this means is if that change CPI went into effect today and you are 65, by the time you are 75, that's a cut of over $650 a year. By the time you're 85, it's a cut of over $1,000 a year. That is not a tweak for somebody trying to survive on $15,000, $18,000 a year. As chairman of the Veterans Committee, what I will also tell you, not widely known, is this impacts not only seniors, it impacts disabled veterans. And if you are a young disabled veteran, if you came back from Iraq and Afghanistan with serious wounds, in the course of your lifetime, this would cost you tens of thousands of dollars. So what I think we are saying loud and clear is we're not going to support tax breaks for billionaires, huge loopholes for the largest corporations in America, and then balance the budget on the backs of seniors or disabled veterans. And let me just conclude by saying this, and it's good news. We have worked, my office has worked with many of you, and on a petition, because I think inside the Beltway, what we hear from are the billionaires and the lobbyists, but in the real world, the American people are very clear in terms of poll after poll about not cutting Social Security, not cutting Medicare, not cutting Medicaid. And I'm just happy to tell you that working with many of the groups assembled here today, we have a petition now which is at something like 425,000 names, and that will go up, saying to Congress, do not balance the budget on the backs of the most vulnerable people in this country. Do not cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. I'm going to apologize that I have to run. I know Senator Harkin, who's the chairman of the Health Committee, we're working closely together on these issues. So I just want to thank all of you for being here and for the work you're doing. Thank you very much.
Next up, because of, as I mentioned earlier, we have a succession of votes coming up on the House side. We're going to have members of the House come up and speak, and they're going to talk to you about Social Security as well. Congresswoman?
Rosa DeLauro, I represent the 3rd District of Connecticut, and it's a delight to be here with you, with Senator Sanders, Senator Harkin, my colleague Sherry Bustos, and my colleague and dear friend Barbara Kennelly, who served in the House with all of us, a stalwart on this issue. So many people here today standing up for Social Security. To Social Security Works, we say thank you for organizing this event, and again to my colleagues for coming out. Social Security is bedrock. It's one of the bedrock institutions of American life, and one of the ultimate legislative expressions of our shared national values. Along with Medicare and now the Affordable Care Act, it is the foundation on which a great American middle class, it provided that foundation for middle-class America. It is the most broad-based prosperity the world has ever known, and that is what this program was built on. And I think it's important to remember that when Social Security passed in 1935, you had a lot of voices on the other side of the aisle prophesying doom. The Republican Ways and Means Committee said Social Security will, and I quote, impose a crushing burden on industry and labor. Another Republican argued Social Security would, quote, end the progress of a great country. Another called it the largest tax bill in history and, quote, a fraud on the working man. To that end, 1936, a lot of young people here, but a lot of us read the history books, and Alf Landon in 1936 said it was a cruel hoax and a fraud. Keep in mind, he won 2 states, and that was it. The country overwhelmingly said no with regard to doing anything about Social Security. And just like the Affordable Care Act today, Social Security had some rollout hiccups. We know that. And as the program was extended to nearly 30 million Americans, we had to suddenly find a way to differentiate between millions of workers who had common names. But despite the doomsayers, it worked. As soon as the first Social Security check was issued, poverty among the elderly began to drop. It is the most successful program in our history. And today, 2 out of every 3 seniors, 3/4 of senior women rely on Social Security as their primary monthly income. My 99-year-old mother relies on Social Security today. And while she has my husband and I, if she didn't, that would be the only thing that she would be able to rely on. 4 in 10 women living on their own. Social Security is 90% of their retirement income. So if anything, we should be working to expand benefits right now. Adjust the benefit formula. Phase out the tax cap, as Senator Sanders pointed out. Use a consumer price index that reflects health care costs. Those are the kinds of things that we ought to be focused on. As it is, next year's COLA increase for seniors is only 1.5%. That's an average of $19 a year. Far too little to keep up with the pace of health care and other costs. This year's increase was only 1.7%, and that is after 2 years of no increase at all. What we should be not doing is switching to a chained CPI. It is a benefit cut. That is what it is, and that's the way we have to call it out to people. It is a benefit cut for seniors. It grows worse over time. Let's stand up for the middle class, stand up for the social contract that helped to form it. Social Security is a fundamental part of that contract. We cannot allow the majority or anyone else to break it in the budget talks that are commencing today or whenever they commence. It cannot be part of the debate and the discussion, and we are not going to trade Social Security and Medicare for lifting of the sequestration. We are just not going to do that. Let me close by saying to you, Franklin Roosevelt said in 1935, Social Security is, and I quote, a return to the values lost in the course of our economic development and our expansion. It is about our values. We hold true to those values today, that we have an intergenerational responsibility. And our seniors who have given a lifetime of work should not have to spend their golden years struggling in poverty. Social Security works. We should stand up for it. Thank you very, very much for letting me be with you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman DeLauro. Our next speaker comes to you from the Illinois 17th District, Congresswoman Sherry Bustos. Please give her a round of applause.
So how's the conference going? All right. Have you heard a few things about making sure we keep Social Security strong? All right. Well, let me just tell you about the district I represent. There are a few in this room. I appreciate Rosa bringing up a little history. There are a few in this room who might remember the saying, does it play in Peoria? You heard that before? Well, I have Peoria in my district. Senator Harkin, you've heard that saying before. Well, and so that was all about Peoria at one point was kind of the epicenter of the United States, and it almost perfectly reflected the age makeup of the country, the gender makeup, the ethnicity of our country. And so marketers used to go to Peoria to see if it would play in Peoria. All right, so let me tell you about a man who I represent in Peoria who just reached out to us. And let me tell you what he said about something like change CPI and how that would play in Peoria. He said Social Security did not contribute to this financial mess and should not be used as a piggy bank to pay for a financial crisis it did not create. That's how it plays in Peoria. He went on to say that forcing seniors and their families to foot the bill for Washington's fiscal failures is not the direction the majority of Americans want to go. So that's how this plays in Peoria. I'm here to say that I'm not on Social Security. I've got quite a few years before I would go on Social Security. But I am here to make sure that I fight every day for the seniors who I represent. And the seniors and the families that I serve in the 17th District of Illinois, which starts in central Illinois, covers all of northwestern Illinois. So you can picture the Mississippi River, that's the entire western border of the district, and we go all the way up to the Wisconsin border. So that's the district I represent. In this district, 1 out of 5 of the people that I'm here to serve and to speak for are served by Social Security. And so I can tell you, I'm not going to forget those people. I'm not going to forget the next generation that needs to make sure that they benefit from Social Security and how that's lifted so many people out of poverty and how it's helped so many families survive. And I'll never forget that. We are not going to balance this budget. People like Rosa DeLauro, people like Senator Harkin, people like Senator Sanders are not going to forget the people who we serve. And we are not going to balance this budget on the backs of the seniors. I want to thank you all for what you do to look out for Social Security, making sure that it's there for the generation now, for my generation, our children's generation, and our grandchildren's generation, and for the generations to come. Keep up the hard work. We will be there for you as we continue this fight. And enjoy the rest of your conference. Take care.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Our next speaker comes to you from the state of Florida. He's been with us in both approach to Social Security and in legislation. Please give a warm round of applause to Congressman Ted Deutsch.
Thanks. It's great to be here with my colleague, Representative Bustos, and I walked in as Rosa was here, great champion that she is. Senator Schatz is here. And I just would take a moment to say that for those of us who care about these issues and secure retirement and looking out to make sure that that secure retirement is available to everyone, there is no greater hero to this community than Senator Harkin. Senator Harkin, thank you for all that you do. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'd especially like to thank the panelists who have been here. As we forge ahead with plans to strengthen Social Security, it's your leadership on these issues that's going to be vital to our progress toward reforms that will extend the solvency of Social Security, of the trust fund, and will ensure that the program helps to provide a solid base of retirement income for generations to come. With the most recent crisis behind us and the government reopened, members of Congress will begin to negotiate the terms of a budget deal. Now, the process is sure to include many attacks against seniors, including cuts to Social Security, including cuts to Medicare. There are those who believe that the most vulnerable Americans should pay for relief from the sequester through these cuts. If we let that happen, the looming retirement crisis will become a reality. We cannot allow our seniors to become casualties of this budget battle. Now, for 2/3 of senior beneficiaries, Social Security makes up the majority of their income. If this program didn't exist today, we would have to create it. The attacks against our earned benefit programs will attempt to degrade the quality of benefits through Social Security, will increase the amount that seniors have to spend on Medicare. Our seniors' budgets are being attacked on both ends. It is my priority to ensure that Social Security is strengthened and that we protect seniors' access to Medicare that they have earned. I've had the privilege of working with Senator Begich to introduce Protecting and Preserving Social Security Act. Our bill would phase out the cap on Social Security contributions to Social Security so that everyone pays in throughout the entire year. And high-income Americans, like, by the way, members of Congress, can no longer take advantage of the cap loophole. Our bill also rejects the chain CPI in favor of the CPI for the elderly. As I mentioned, healthcare costs are a major expenditure for our seniors, and the CPI for the elderly would ensure that rising healthcare costs don't cut into benefits, Social Security checks. As seniors' costs go up, as the things that they spend their money on increase, so too should the adjustment be made. The things that seniors spend money on are different than the things that my teenage kids spend money on. That should be reflected in law. And we know, as I heard Rosa say, we know that the change CPI is a cut. It's not a technical tweak. And thanks to Dean Baker and the National Committee, we now know that the change CPI would hurt not only our seniors, but it would also hurt the communities where they live, causing a ripple effect of job loss and decreased output throughout those local economies. I'm glad my proposal with Senator Begich is not alone. There are many voices in Congress determined to protect Americans' retirees. We're all focused on reforms to our safety net programs that will provide hardworking Americans with a safe and secure retirement. It's time for Congress to stop looking for ways to cut Social Security and start working for the American people again. Americans want Social Security to be strong and solvent. I look forward to working with all of you to make that a reality. I turn to our Representative Bustos to find out how things play in Peoria, but I also know how things play in Boca Raton and Delray Beach and Boynton Beach, and I know the people that I represent stand with me and stand with you in fighting cuts to Social Security, and I will continue to lead with you side by side to stop those cuts from happening. Thanks very much, everyone.
Our next speaker is also from the state of Florida, and I might say the best cowboy boots in Congress, Congressman Grayson from 9th District of Florida.
Thanks. I want to thank everyone here in the audience today because you're all here for a common purpose, a common cause, and that is to protect Social Security and Medicare and make sure that the people who paid for it over the course of 30, 40, even 50 years of work, they have the benefit of it when they need it. And that's very important. I think that we have a question now about whether democracy still functions. Because in a democratic society, the will of the people should be paramount. Poll after poll shows us that the thing that people want least to be cut by government is Social Security, and the thing they want least to be cut by government is Medicare. When you ask people the question, if we need to make cuts, what should be cut? Generally speaking, the only things that actually accrue a majority in favor of cutting are cutting defense expenditures and cutting foreign aid. The votes against cutting Social Security or Medicare in polls tend to run 4 or 5 or even 10 to 1 against. So you have to ask yourself this question, why are we even contemplating these cuts? What is the point of this? Do we live in a democratic system or not? It's simply not what people want. Now, when you ask those people, those smaller number who are in favor of cuts, why are you in favor of this? Assuming that that's even relevant once you realize that 80 or 90% of the public is against it, what you hear over and over again among members of the public who are in favor of cuts is this. They say that the system is unsustainable. So what they're suggesting really is that because of the possibility, the remote possibility, that one day, perhaps, maybe, possibly, there might need to be cuts in the year 2037, let's do those cuts right now. What's the sense of that? That's not even close to being logical. How could you take that as a serious argument? If the system needs to be fixed, then let's fix it. If it ain't broke, then don't break it. And that's where we are right now with Social Security and Medicare. Now, I recognize that the leader of my party, the man who I voted for twice for President of the United States, someone who I have a very high personal regard for, has proposed 1 cut to Social Security and 3 cuts to Medicare. I'm against it. I'm against that. And I know that I'm not the only one because thanks to PCCC, the work of other people in this audience, the work of many 3 million signatures to the President, 3 million signatures to the President on a petition in Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. And the people have so-called merits of cutting so seem to go out of our lives for a certain period of time. But now this debate is in fact returning. And I think you can come up with in favor of cutting Social Security is that we might need to cut it 25 years from now. That's just not a... There are, of course, other ways to deal with it. My friend Ted Deutsch just explained that if you simply raised the cap on contributions so that Warren Buffett has to pay a little bit more in contributions to Social Security than someone who works for him who makes $110,000 a year, I think that cap, according to the calculations I've seen, eliminating that cap would make Social Security solvent forever. And the beauty of that is not only that you make Social Security forever, but forever. And forever you end the debate about whether we should cut Social Security in order to save it, Vietnam, in order to say, how do we perfect Medicare? And I think there's a lot of room for improvement. I find that when I talk to people under the age of 65, they are successes, does not cover hearing aids, does not cover dental care. And in fact, my father, in the last couple of years of his life, and I asked him, Dad, would you get that fixed? And that's the 2 years of his life. I don't understand the sense of that. Is there any doubt that bad vision, bad hearing, is there any doubt that a broken tooth is a medical problem, and by the way, potentially a very bad? Well, if Medicare is supposed to cover the needs of seniors, then it certainly should cover all of those. Office to do that, to make sure that Medicare completes the promise of health care to seniors, and we're calling that in case there was any doubt about that. So I think that once we manage to defeat the forces from some of the most vulnerable people in our population, our seniors, our sick seniors, the people who need medical care and afford it, who have given decades of their lives to and now are simply too old to work full time, we have to ask ourselves, how do we keep that promise in full? How do we make sure that every medical need is taken care of? How do we make sure that every senior has involvement in paying for rent? And I think we can do that. Social Security is the most effective government program in history for doing focus.
Our next speaker is from the great state of Iowa. Please welcome Senator Tom Harkin.
Well, if you ever doubted you had friends in Congress, you have those doubts now after hearing these. I see Brian Schatz was here also, Senator Schatz also from Hawaii, who's here. Again, I want to thank Nancy together and for your great leadership.
But the main thing
I've heard about from Zachary this morning on the panel. You know, what we need is security. The narrative we hear all, we want to, you know, when you hear these people talking about cutting it and stuff like that, how do they couch it? We've done that. That there is another narrative on this. I was listening to NPR this morning coming in about Ina Jaffe had a report on some guy, I'm going to get the transcript of it, was on this morning. He's telling young people that the elderly are stealing from you, that they're stealing from you. They're stealing. He's preaching this all around, trying to get elderly are stealing from them. And so that's why we need a new narrative out there. And the narrative is, yes, we have to save it. And there is a new way of saving it by doing what other people have talked about, Alan and others have talked about, and that is making the cap fair, making it fair. I don't usually talk about raising the caps. I say making it fair for everybody so that everyone who works pays in their fair share. You tell audiences that, and they say, that'd be right. And I say, well, then what's fair about this? This person over here is working, making $50,000 a year. They pay into Social Security on every single dollar they make. There's another person over here making $500,000 a year. They're only paying in on 20 cents of the dollar. Or you take some out there, they're paying in on about a penny on the dollar. Why should a year pay on every dollar they make into Social Security? Someone making over $113,000. I always use 500 because it's sort of a round number. Why should they only pay in on 20? Guess what? I think it's around or something like that. I don't pay into Social Security anymore. 50, 60. You start about that and they say, you're right, that's not fair. And then you say, if everyone paid in, or they earned, said forever, well, 75 years. Well, that's a pretty long horizon. And that would just raising that cap. Well, I suggested not only raising the cap, but changing the bend point a little bit so that you would actually increase Social Security payments. Now, how's that for an opposite narrative? I keep talking about let's increase Social Security payments and do it in a way that helps people at the bottom more than people at the top. How do you do that? Well, it has to do with the bend point and the reimbursement rate. And so in my bill, everyone would get a about $65 a month increase. Now, to someone who's in the upper income brackets and who's getting a lot of money in Social Security, they may say, well, $65 a month is not that much. But to the over 50% of the people who rely upon Social Security for over 80% of their income, $65 a month is a big deal. A big deal. So it's skewed so that rather than raising it by a percentage, you raise it by $65 a month, and that helps people on the bottom a great deal. You do that and raise the cap, and you still are good in Social Security till, oh, about what, Zach, about 2040 or 50, something like that, about 2050. And then we can adjust it later on. So that's the kind of new narrative we need. We need to make it fair for everybody. Everybody should pay in on every dollar they earn, regardless of how much they make. And secondly, we need to increase Social Security payments so those who aren't making very much and don't get very much actually have enough to pay their heating bills and their food bills and bills. I think that's a new narrative. Now, going around saying about young people stealing. And then Ina Jaffe said that like I said, I'm getting the transcript, so I'm paraphrasing here. Social Security is going to die in just a few years. Not going to run. Worst scenarios in around 2036, I believe it is, 75 out. 3/4 full. So all we got to do is make up that other quarter of 5%. When you tell audiences that, they say, well, I didn't realize that. I thought it was going to go belly up. It's not going belly up, but we did nothing to get right now. So we only need a narrative system, and it's not going dry. The other thing we have to understand is that Social Security has become, people say, well, you know, when Social Security was brought in the 30s, it was just sort of a supplement. You had your retirement, your savings, and then you had Social Security. Congress, a few years ago, a couple of years ago, 1974, seems like yesterday, that would last them 1 out of every 2. It's now 1 out of every 5 and getting worse. People are losing their pensions. Companies, well, labor unions, they've busted labor unions. They've gotten rid of collective bargaining for a lot of these benefits. Then we got wrapped up in 401ks. The average, and today the average person in middle age has about $10,000 or illusory. There's a retirement pension. They're not a pension program. So Social Security has a benefit that people rely on. Now, I'm not saying it has to be 100%, but as you know, a lot of people rely upon it for 80% or more of the money they get every month. That it has become that retirement program. And here's the benefit of that retirement program. You can't lose it on Wall Street. Can't lose it to hedge fund. Well, Senator, will Social Security be there for me when I retire? And I said, well, let me ask you a question. Do you believe the United States of America will exist as a... Yes. Well, if that's the case, security, because it's backed by the full faith and credit of the United States government. And until recently. Another reason why it was so important for us not to default. People focused on, in terms of the world economy and stuff, I kept thinking, federal government from defaulting on Social Security, which is a full faith and credit bond also, default on those bonds. So, again, adjust the payments, raise the cap, make it fair. I said raise the cap. Make it fair for everyone. Cost of living, we've got to again go after that chain CPI. This is bad, folks. Chain CPI is just bad. It is a downward push. People say, well, you know, it's like this. You're eating beef, and things are so good. So then you go to chicken. Well, I said, yeah. Then what? Then what? Then you go from chicken to what? Beans. Then after beans, what is it? Salt pork? I don't know. What do you? How far down do you go? You never come back up. You see, you never get to come back up. You get down, but you never get to come back up. And so we need a cost of living, as I put in my bill, that's cost of living E, that looks at the expenses of elderly, not just at the consumer price index alone. So those are what I talk about as the different narratives that we need. And we need to be loud about it, and we need to be out front on this. We need all of our organizations. I keep seeing Barbara Kennedy, who has been so wonderful in leading us in so many ways on this issue. Nancy, your organization. It's like that on NPR. Call them up. Get a hold of NPR and say, wait a minute, that's not right. I can't just let this nonsense and these untruths and half-truths lie out there. And so we need a big push here of security, to secure it, to make it more fair, to have a different narrative. I don't want to be in the position to cut it. We need to cut it. No, that's a defensive position. We need to make it fair for everybody. We have to make sure that Social Security payments to those so that those in the bottom get more money per month. That's the offensive we need to take. So I look to your organization and all of you here to continue to carry this message out and to continue to back us up, all of us who are working on this, so that these people that want to, they aren't going to get the job done here. So thank you very much for everything you do.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much to Senator Harkin for your lifetime audience. And Tom is from talking about what kinds of cuts we would entertain to the most successful, to how we can go about enhancing and protecting Social Security. The question of Social Security is a personal one. George Kwok currently lives with me and my wife, Linda. Very hard his whole life. His mother-in-law, Ping Kwok, moved to Hawaii from China as immigrants and worked sui. It is no longer there, but I eat Kwok's chop suey as soon as I arrive off the airplane on Friday nights when I can. He ran the kitchen ran the front of the house. My wife would make 1 ton and do some of the accounting as she got into high school. But eventually, my father's eyes began to give out. Slowly run the kitchen. He worked every day that he could, but he had an accident in a kitchen. At that point, Linda and I had down with him. We're over. He was sad. He was devastated. But most of all, he was worried. Insurance became his only source of checks to cover his basic needs in addition to his medical care. And like so many others, that's his only income. Unique. But because it is the story of all of our families. Whether we understand that Social Security is family insurance. It is family security. It is about economic security for all of us. In Hawaii, 1 in 6 residents rely on Social Security, and the average benefit in one of the most expensive places on the planet to live is $14,000 per year. That's just not enough to make it. The last thing we should be doing is cutting Social Security benefits. We ought to be enhancing and expanding the program rather than undermining it. And that's why I was so privileged and proud to work with Senator Harkin on the legislation to which he was referring, which will increase the solvency of the program, which will increase benefits by $65 per month. And Tom made the point exactly correctly, that among the elite in Washington, people scoff at $65 a month. It's a really interesting phenomenon. If you come here, people say, what's $65? And I think, talk to George Kwok, talk to Ping Kwok, talk to somebody in Hawi or Laupahoehoe or Kau and ask them whether they could use $65 a month. And then you'll understand that enhancing the benefits by even $65 a month is so significant. And increasing the solvency of the program beyond 2033 or 36 and all the way to 2050 is really worth doing. And all we have to do is change the law with respect to the social tax to make it more and equitable. And so I just want to thank everybody in the Social Security Coalition, of the members of the House and Senate who are not here physically in spirit, to let you know that your coalition matters. And this is arguably the most thing that can be done for middle-class families, to ensure we protect Social Security. Thank you very much.
That concludes our press conference. We're going to wait for Alex to come back up and another speaker.
Thanks, Don. So that was a really fantastic conference. There was just, I've been seeing how really it makes me smile, because when we started fighting against cuts, we all lose, and so we need to go on offense, and then they have to lose. And to see us fill an entire room for an entire day, to see all of our champions from both houses of Congress, it was really a fantastic day in giving yourselves, it's only through all of our hard work that we've gotten here. A conference, almost the whole thing. That's impressive. It also will be that you can find at socialsecurityworks.org. And any of the speakers or anybody, if you're interested in getting the MP video file of that directly, just let me know. But you can find the video at socialsecurityworks.org. Thank you so much.